News. That's what President Trump says about the peace proposal he's pushing to stop the war in Ukraine, telling reporters on Air Force One.
We're having good talks. We started with Russia. We're having some talks with Russia. Ukraine is doing well. I think they're pretty happy about it. They'd like to see it end.
We don't know the details of the plan Ukraine's agreed to the core terms of, but it was revised during weekend talks in Geneva.
Reuters says it's been told by 3 sources that the 28-point peace plan, which became public last week, was drawn from a Russian paper sent to the Trump administration. The document is said to have outlined Moscow's conditions for ending the war. The Kremlin says President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff will visit Moscow next week for talks.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Israel's just handed over the bodies of 15 Palestinians, which it does after Hamas releases another dead hostage. And the remains turned over yesterday were positively identified as one of the 28 Hamas had to return in the ceasefire agreement that stopped the war in Gaza. There are still 2 more dead hostages not yet recovered. A disaster is burning in Hong Kong. A massive fire raging, engulfing 5 high-rise apartment buildings. At least 4 people have been killed, 3 injured, and more fear to be trapped inside as firefighters battle the flames. There's a flood and landslide disaster in Indonesia. At least 17 people are dead there. And the day before Thanksgiving, travel isn't easy in parts of the north.
We have the first blizzard warning of the season. That is in effect for parts of northern Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan. We do have winter storm warnings in effect right now for Minneapolis. Eventually, Chicago's going to get into this, especially with that second storm that's going to be our hiccup for Friday into this upcoming weekend.
Fox weather meteorologist Britta Merwin, AAA predicts there will be record travel for the holiday. More than 81 million Americans. Most will drive, paying 2 cents less for gas this year than last. And for those headed to airports this morning, more than 450 flight delays, only 24 canceled. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-926-0155. 800-926-0155.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. This is the Morning Xtra. One more time for the week. Right here on Xtra 106.3 and the 1X 106.3 app. Carlos Medina, one more time. Aaron Canada, one more time. But I've been telling you for 2 days, I've been giving you the long tease that today was going to be the day where we would be graced by one Angela Morbido.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
I was thinking about this. Every single time you've come in to do the full show, I've always been out. And so we've done like an hour here. We've done a couple segments here and there. This is the first time where Angela and I get the full 4. And when we get together, things tend to get a little weird.
Definitely in the best way. I have learned so much about weird documentaries and like so much about youth sports that I never would have known. And like, how to eat vegan. Like, we have such different lives, and I'm so hyped for this because while we agree on a lot, I feel like I have so much to learn here.
Well, I did bring in the tofu burrito. We do have a little bit of we had youth volleyball practice yesterday, and we'll get things cranked up. But listen, I'm the sideshow, all right? Like, I'm on the side stage. Aaron and I have been doing our thing. You've hit the main stage, and you're also pregnant. And so I know we've touched on it a little bit, but we got to give the update for the audience. You know, it's a week of thanks. You get to go ahead and celebrate what you got going on with you and your husband. So how far along? How things been going? Like, where Give us the update on the Angela Morabito pregnancy experience.
Oh my gosh. So we have a lot to be thankful for. Mostly that I no longer need 3 naps a day and I'm constantly sick.
Okay, so you've gotten past the tired portion, at least
yes.
a portion of it? Okay.
Yes, I feel absolutely gigantic and it's also really fun. I'm 23 and a half weeks and as of a couple weeks ago, I could start to feel a move a little.
Oh, that's awesome.
It is so weird. And everyone's like, it's magical. And I'm like, yes, it is. No disagreement. It's also really, really weird because you feel it and you're like, is that an elbow? Is that a leg?
Well, okay, now that's what I wanted to ask because I've always looked at as a very analytical personality. It is, let me compartmentalize and let me break it down and here's what's going on. Pregnancy doesn't apply to any of that.
No, it does
not. Not at all. It's like, so I imagine it's got to be throwing you like a curveball every day where you're like, what the hell is that?
Everything is completely new and so different. Like, I'll go in for a scan and they're like, you want to see his fingers and toes? And I'm like, of course. I didn't know he had those yet. So also, we have no name for this baby yet. We've kicked around a bunch of ideas.
Okay.
And all my friends are the people who've like had their baby names picked out since the 7th grade, like in their phone note, like they're so ready. Like, how did y'all pick your girls' names?
Okay, so that was a little bit with our first daughter, who is Madeline. First off, by the time she got to like 11 years old, 12 years old, she told me and my wife, you gave me an old lady name.
Really? Oh,
well, it was because of the books. My wife loved the Madeline books, right? And so that's what she grew up with, and so that's kind of how that went. When it was with my younger daughter, we were kind of kicking around like, okay, what if it's a boy? All right, maybe it's like a Mason or something along those lines. When we found out it was a girl, first off, I had the relief because I was like, oh, I know how to do this.
Yep, okay.
Listen, I know I've been like a baby boy. I've never taken care of a baby boy. I know how to take care of a baby girl. I've done that before. So she ended up being Macy. So that was kind of how we were like, okay, the female or the male version, this is kind of the way we're going to go. But it wasn't anything dramatic. It wasn't like we saw something in a movie or on a television screen. We just kind of were throwing around some names one night and we're like, okay, I like that. All right, that's what we'll do. And that was it. And we did that probably about 2 or 3 months before she was born is when we really got down to throwing names around. So you're in that place of like, you don't need a name yet. You know, is that a discussion point with you and your husband as far as like, what do you want to name him? Something like Strong, like Arnold, or it's like, what are you gonna do? You know?
Well, I've gone down the rabbit hole of like Instagram and Pinterest ideas.
Oh no,
it's a bad place to be.
Well, this is how you end up. And again, we got Angela Morabito. She'll be with us all the way to 10 o'clock, and we'll get into all your expertise and everything else and what you do. Because again, the audience knows you. We'll just have to remind them every now and then. But this is how you end up when they start doing those name rankings. How things move in phases. Like every 5 years, it's all the same names. And then the next 5 years, it's all the same set of names again.
There was the Aiden, Braden, Jaden, and Caden phase.
There you go.
All great names, but they all like came together. So I'll read these lists online, and I saw one that was like gender neutral names, which isn't necessarily something we're going for, but I was like, cool, I'll check it out. One of their suggestions, I'm not lying to you, was Chipotle. Now, I love Chipotle. Do I love Chipotle that much? No, I don't.
Because then at that point, then your kid is just Chip.
Right.
And you got to worry about nicknames too.
Exactly. And initials. Like
initials
you don't want the initials to spell something weird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like for instance, my wife, when she was in high school, she would have other kids who would make fun of her. Now, not like, she was a softball player and a volleyball player. And she would have her initials on her backpack. Well, before she was married, she was Allison Chrisanne Embry. So her backpack always said Ace, and people are like, oh, you're so full of yourself with volleyball. She's like, it's my initials, dummy.
Those are really cool initials. I would monogram everything.
Kind of Ace, but now she doesn't have to worry about that. But that was one of those where, Allison's a pretty safe name. It's I've known Allison since the time I was a kid. That name seems to be fine. But you're right. It's the Aiden, Jaden, Braden, Caden. They're all the same. It's like I think about even my nephews. Okay, we got a Flynn. All right, Flynn's a pretty cool name.
I love that.
Like that one seems to really work. We know a lot of Flynns, but yeah, it's you're trying to not do damage to the child while also giving them a name that kind of works.
And it feels like the first big decision we're going to make for this kid. So, like, within the family, we've been calling him, like, he's my little ravioli. He's our little noodle. Do we have ravioli-shaped pillows in his nursery? Yes,
okay.
We do. But, like, my mom will be like, how's the Rav doing? I'm like, I think he's great. Like, I feel him kicking in there.
That's awesome.
So that's been his nickname so far. But these theme lists are going to be the end of me, because you'll see, like, do you like the outdoors? Name it mulch. Or, like, if you like sports, name it frisbee. Like, there are some really insane suggestions out there.
I'm just going to give you a small tip as a parent, 14 and 11 now with my daughters. And I think we've done a decent job, not a perfect job, but a decent job of trying to avoid things that are going to put them on a couch one day and complain about the parents.
Got it. Okay.
Name is like the first one. Like, I know, and I'm not kidding about this, I had a friend of mine who brought this up with me. Now, this is a friend of mine from high school. We roomed together first year out of college. We both graduated, both went to Dallas at the same time. We were roommates for a year before he met a girl, I met a girl. We've gone our separate ways. We still stay in touch. And he reminded me, he's like, hey, do you remember about that one girl who lived in our apartment complex? Now, did you ever see Melrose Place?
No,
Did
but
that
I know
ever hit
the
your
name.
radar? Okay. So it was a bunch of like young, hot people that lived it. Like Aaron's like, yeah, okay, that hit. Aaron's not big into pop. Aaron's a filmmaker. He's not like all the way into pop culture, but he knows this sort of stuff.
I know of like Heather Locklear, the name,
right?
That kind of thing. Yeah.
So like Heather Locklear was like the adult of the bunch, but the rest of them were a bunch of like hot 20-year-olds all living in like this one apartment area, right? Well, we were living in Addison Circle, and it was kind of set up the same way. We worked in Dallas, we lived in Addison Circle, we would walk out of our apartments, and the bars were on the lower level. So we would all know each other. Well, my friend reached out to me. He's like, hey, do you remember that girl, Anita? I was like, yeah, she was a really nice girl. Her last name, no lie, was Dick.
Oh, no.
You want to talk about ending up on a couch and she couldn't wait to get married? Like, at no point her parents, sound it out in your head, everybody. And again, that was a last name. I'm not saying a derogatory term. Her first name was Anita. That was problematic. And so she would actually have to show ID to be like, I'm not kidding. And then there would be people that thought it was a fake ID, because why would you have that name?
Right.
So when you think about it, when you go home to your husband today and you say, I want to tell you a horror story about a name, first big decision. Don't put that person on a couch down the road of like what they were called.
Poor Anita. I
you
would go
imagine
by
that?
my middle name so fast.
Yes.
I'd be first in line at the courthouse, like on my 18th birthday, of like, Mom and Dad, what did you do? I'm changing it.
What did you do? And I'm sure, because, you know, Anita is a lot of times it's a family name. You know, it's a classic. You know, as much as there are like Marys in the world, like you don't run into a lot of like Marges. You know,
right?
Like, you know, Maggie, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But Anita is like, okay, it's kind of old school. Well, that's what we ran into when I was living in Addison Circle, was poor Anita. A really nice girl. And the other thing, too, she was a school teacher.
No.
So you want to talk about probably all the time from kids, because they don't stop.
I feel the need to like hug this woman I've never met and just be like, drink a margarita. Like, you deserve it. You've
I
been
agree.
through it.
So professionally, what's been going on with you of late? Because, I mean, we've got movement within the Department of Education. Whether or not that's going to get blown up, you as formerly working within the department under Betsy DeVos. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in D.C. where I put my D.C. hat on. I'm like, wait, take my D.C. hat off. Let's put Angela's D.C. hat on. Let her tell us about what's going on with all this.
Well, I will give it my best. I think my favorite and least favorite things about working in education advocacy is that there's never a dull moment. Sometimes you're like, wow, I'd really love a dull moment right now. And you are not going to get one, because the Trump administration is moving fast and furious. The big announcement last week was that they're spinning off some of the department's functions to other federal agencies. And does it seem like a lot of paperwork? Yes. Does it seem like something that's largely procedural? Yes. But is it a signal to everybody that we don't need this giant department anymore that doesn't educate anyone? Also, yes. Like, I feel like Secretary McMahon is doing everything she can, one, to stay within the bounds of the law, because you can't shutter the place without Congress, but two, to streamline things and make sure there isn't a Department of Education office doing something that's also happening at the Department of Labor or Department of the Interior. So, a little bit bureaucratic, but also helpful. You know, all of this kind of helps chip away at the giant iceberg that is the Department of Ed.
Well, I reached out to you during the summer. It was you and Tug on a text message because I was in D.C. We were at a volleyball tournament. We're actually in the Maryland area, but we had some time off, and so we decided, all right, let's go to D.C. And I took a picture of the Department of Education. We were walking past it, and at the time, the sign that they had was very weathered. It looked very beaten down. And I was like, this is the pinnacle of education in America. I was like, this ratty old building, it just looks like it hasn't been taken care of or kept up or put on any sort of pedestal. I was like, that is the reason why. If you just walked past the building, you would have been like, no wonder we're trying to get rid of this agency.
It's pretty beat up and largely empty. There were a lot of people who went home from COVID and never came back. And then they had this huge reduction in force. And that was kind of our first, major left-wing panic story of the year, where everybody's like, he's decimating the Department of Education. Okay, well, no one has noticed a difference. There is no teacher or student or parent who is like, oh, wow, we really needed 18 analysts inside of a subdepartment no one's ever heard of. It didn't change anything. So I feel like we're watching public opinion shift from, oh, no, you can't close the Department of Ed, to, wait, yeah, local control is better. And there's polling data that bears that out. That if you just say, well, do you think we should get rid of the Department of Education? People are iffy on that. Most tend to support it, but there's some hesitation. If you say getting rid of the Department of Education means your decisions are handled at the local and state level, support goes through the roof. So when people realize what happens when we get rid of waste at the federal level, they're really excited about it. And it's like, okay, this is what's on the other side of abolishing the Department of Ed. We just need Congress to make that call.
Well, I think this has been the power of what DOGE was early on when we were shuttering a lot of different contracts. I think this has also been an offshoot of a 43-day government shutdown where people looked around and outside of your SNAP benefits, your EBT, obviously the military was compensated. Talked with my brother-in-law who he works within the government. He was like, no, we still got compensated for what we were doing.
Good.
It was largely not affecting the people. And when you start to point out, hey, the Department of Education from on high should not be affecting your student at a local level, that's when you start to get around and say, wow, there really is a lot of waste that we have, so that people, as you were saying, why is there 17 analysts in one department when I maybe need 3? Why do I need 3? And that's the math that people have started playing now that they've seen that the government is... in fact, I was looking at some numbers that were on, we always put on MSNBC. And so what they were doing is showing the amount of hiring. Look what's going on between the Biden administration and what the current administration under Trump is doing. What it largely was, and they left it out, they didn't tell you about how much Biden was growing government. About how much hiring was being done, artificially taking money out of the private sector to say, hey, look, we just added another 20,000 jobs. What you didn't know is they were all federal jobs.
Yeah, I think the big question here is, it's not a big question. There is no magic number at which the government is fully staffed. Because if you ask some people up there, it's, we always need more staffers. What does that guy do? He refills our stapler. It's a full-time job, critically important.
Of course.
There is no magic number of we need this many people to make the federal government work. You can do less with more. You can do more with less. And I learned something about the size of the federal government literally last night, maybe 7 hours ago. I learned that there was a health clinic inside the Department of Ed that would give you a flu shot. It would check your blood pressure. It was kind of I don't think it was your doctor.
I would walk past it look at these witch doctors in here. But then again, I don't trust medicine at this point.
And I didn't know it existed. And if I could have gotten a flu shot, at work, I probably would have done it. If I could have gotten hey, maybe I have a sinus infection. If you know it's there, you use it. I had no idea it existed.
But everybody knows that in Congress, there's a place where you can buy booze. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
It's that's the sort of stuff you know about. That's the sort of stuff that gets headlines. Thank you, Grandma Vodka, for making sure that vodka was available for Congress at all times in session.
I swear, if we had a panda cam in some of these congressional offices and saw how much gets drunk there.
Oh, sure.
We would all, retreat into our respective apocalypse bunkers that we would build because it's so scary to watch how drunk these people are all the time.
People think that I was mocking Nancy Pelosi, when she would go to a podium at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like, that lady drunk. It's like, well, how do you know, Los? Why are you saying that? It's like, because I've been drunk at 2 o'clock in the afternoon too. Like, listen, there's college football Saturdays where we started during game day by 2 o'clock. I'm like, I'm speaking like Nancy Pelosi. I know that feeling right there. I know how that works.
So I don't think there is much that I admire about Nancy Pelosi, but there is one thing. She did a video during COVID that was so like delightfully out of touch, and she pulls open this freezer
Yes.
and it's like 18 brands of really fancy ice cream.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, some assistant probably stocks that for her, like under penalty of death.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, if you didn't get the right gelato, that's the end of you. But, oh man, I watched that freezer and was like, maybe it is worth like 120 years in Congress. That's pretty nice.
Well, she opens up a refrigerator that, first off, it's like a $50,000 refrigerator.
Oh,
So she's trying to just do the, look, I'm the common person. Here's my $50,000 fridge. And the people that knew, there were small canisters or small packets of ice cream. And from what I understand, they're like $18 a piece.
Yeah, they're like Whole Foods, crazy
And
fancy.
she's got like 50 of them. I'm like, oh yeah, you are the common person, aren't you, Nancy? Way to let everybody know you should stay home and not worry about that paycheck. Look, I'm just at home eating ice cream with my $50,000 fridge. These were the out of touch things they were doing. But, and I want to finish off with this, because we talk about the link between government spending and what happens to your dollar. What happens when you suddenly are dealing with inflation, which we were dealing with a ton during the Biden administration, when they kept telling you, hey, inflation's down by like 50%. I was like, well, it was 9% last year. It's 4.5%, 5% now. I'm not doing any better. We're now 14% over the last 2 years.
It's like, oh, the problem you made, you cut it in half.
So this was from Fox Business yesterday. And here was, once again, as we then had the inflation numbers that came back out. Keep in mind, we do have the Fed that's getting together. I believe it's December 8th and 9th or 9th and 10th. It looks like we have another rate cut coming. But here is what inflation has done during the first year under Donald Trump.
So through PPI, month over month and year over year, the headline numbers came in line. I think the market, and this is what Mike is looking at, the market's looking at the core numbers because those came in lighter than expected. You got a gain of 0.1%. The expectation was 0.2 for core month over month, and then year over year came in lighter than expected at 2.6%.
Oh, we're in line with the 2% number we always are trying to get to.
Funny how that happens.
Funny how that happens when you start restricting some government spending, you start cutting government agencies, you start getting rid of waste. Now, is it as much as any of us want? Not me. Like, I'm looking forward to building towards negative inflation. That's my goal in the next year when we talk about affordability, which we'll get into a little bit more of that later. But that's the plan. That's what's going on. Keeping inflation in check, keeping government spending a little bit more in check. Please get away from $7 trillion. And then we can work from there. We can work from there. That's Angela Morbido. That's Aaron Canada. I'm Carlos Medina. We'll be taking you until 10 o'clock right here on the Morning Extra. When we get back, we had our visit with Neil Boards. It was a weird one. Talk about that next right here on the Morning Extra.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Hey, it's Tug for Southern Exteriors. In this Christmas holiday season, they want to help a neighbor in need. Giving away a new remodel, a siding, with James Hardy Siding, the best in the business. Here in Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, and across the Southeast. That's Southern Exteriors. You don't have to enter for yourself. You can nominate somebody, a friend, a family, somebody you go to church with, somebody you work with, a neighbor, truly in need of a brand new upgrade, that James Hardy Siding. It's free to enter, no purchase required. Share their story or your own, and you could help set someone's Christmas holiday in motion. Help them unwrap their dreams right in front of their eyes. Hurry up, though. You got to get it done by December 1st. December 1st, December 1st, December 1st. That is the deadline. SouthernExteriors.co, SouthernExteriors.co, SouthernExteriors.co.
Attention Extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way. A very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
There's always somebody on my list that is impossible to shop for. Tanya is a given. What do you get for your wife that really is perfect and special in every way? Something that you know she'll just love. I have no idea. She is impossible for me to buy for unless I shop at Cozy Earth. The bamboo pajama set, she wears them every night. She loves them. They're made from soft stretch knit bamboo that drapes and sleeps degrees cooler than cotton. She's always cold. It's warm for her. It's lightweight. It's cozy. It's perfect for the holiday mornings or winter nights. Plus, the Cozy Earth Bubble Cuddle Blanket is also something. I just got her one of those. Oh my gosh, she loves it. If you don't know what to get your wife, start with comfort that lasts beyond the holidays. This weekend only, from Thanksgiving Day through Cyber Monday, get 40% off at CozyEarth.com with the promo code BECK. That's promo code BECK, 40% off. Wrap the ones you love in luxury with CozyEarth.com with the promo code BECK.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. A Georgia park is one of the most snake-infested state parks in the nation. That's according to World Atlas, which named Skidaway Island State Park as one of 7 with the most snakes. The park is south of Savannah. The park's mix of maritime forest, salt flats, and freshwater sloughs beckons numerous snake species adapted to both land and water, the website said. Besides snakes, the visitors can also see deer, fiddler crabs, raccoon, egrets, and other wildlife. And how you pay to recycle items is changing for people who live in Rockdale County. The county says the recycling center fee is transitioning to an annual hang tag system. This means visitors will pay annually for a hang tag to display in order to enter the county recycling center. The price is $150 per year for county residents and $100 for citizens age 60 and older. The mandatory change goes into effect on February 1st, 2026. And those are your Georgia headlines. I'm Aaron Canada.
You know it's time for Neil Bortz. Neil, I'm solo today, no Tug, so that means that the guardrails are off. You can pretty much get into whatever you feel like.
You know,
this is a free skate, Neil.
No, just sit back and analyze. No Tug.
No, I know. I've thought about that. Trust me, every single time I have to explain that to anyone, they're like,
okay.
So is that what you call them? I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
So what are you hot on, Neil? What's working for you this morning?
Hey, listen, I just got up.
But you're the guy that would, I'd imagine this. When you wake up in the morning, it's a matter of, all right, what's the first thing that I have to let everybody know about? Now, I don't care
Where's
if it's your
the Tylenol.
Okay, it could be. I don't care if it's your breakfast or what your political thoughts are, but yes, after the Tylenol and maybe a mimosa, then you get rolling from there.
Well, okay, you see, here's the issue, and I did a commentary. I don't know, maybe for Monday morning, I just forgot to send it to Aaron. Because I only thought Aaron was going to be here at the end of the week.
Oh no! Hey,
I didn't know that they were. I didn't know Jerry'd been alone long enough to earn a whole week off.
Yeah, that's the benefit. Yes.
Yeah. Who would you like to see crash and burn?
I just have to come up with one.
No, you can. I have a couple here.
I mean, I was gonna start if I was just talking about here locally. If I was to say something like Arthur Blank and what he's been up to.
Oh yes,
like that's one of them that people get really up and crazy about.
No, Arthur Blank. You want a successful Falcons team? Get somebody to buy the damn thing from Arthur Blank.
Well, it's going to go to his son here very soon. That is what the word has been.
I don't know anything about his son at all, but I know that Arthur Blank spends the first 3 hours of every day genuflecting and worshiping in front of his Barack Obama poster. No, I would like to see Greta crash and burn.
Okay, Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, how in the hell does somebody like that, with her obviously marginal mental abilities, get to be so, if respected is the right word? She got kicked out of Venice.
Yeah, I've heard about what has gone on with her in terms of she was at one point obviously the climate change princess because she was going to serve as this is a child that will speak to this audience and then everyone will feel bad about what's going on in the world. And by the time she aged out of that, then it had to go, what's the next grift? What's the next thing I'm going to be? And now it turns into I'm here for Palestine.
Yeah, and also for this group called the Extinction Rebellion.
Oh, tell me about it.
Well, they are people that think that the world would be better off without people.
Yeah, there is a faction of those.
Yeah, and so she participated in dyeing some canals in Venice green and got her absurd little butt kicked out of Venice for and a fine. I'd also like to see Eric Swalwell crash and burn.
Okay, do you really think he's got a shot at being the next governor?
No. But number one on my crash and burn list.
Who's that?
Meghan Markle.
Why Meghan Markle?
God, what a clown. Did you hear what she pulled during an interview with Vanity Fair?
No, tell me about it.
Okay. She's in a brownstone, and why they call them brownstones? It's some house in New York. And some Vanity Fair writer, I think it was Stephanie somebody, it doesn't matter. Some Vanity Fair writer was going to interview Meghan Markle. So she and Meghan were the only people other than one service-oriented person in that brownstone at the time when that Vanity Fair writer arrived to interview Meghan. So Meghan is sitting in the who knows what, the parlor,
the veranda,
whatever. And this other person in the house opened the door and loudly said, I don't know what the exact phraseology is, but Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Windsor. And when they allowed that woman into the room, the writer into the room with Meghan, one person, two people in the house, two people other than an employee. And, Meghan wants to be introduced by somebody. Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Windsor. And the royal family's a little bit bent out of shape over this. I'm just so tired of her. Her whole game, her whole ploy was as obvious as it could possibly be.
Well, I've gone back to this reasoning, and I don't care for the royal family. It doesn't do much of anything for me, but I think it is a good it's a good subject when you want to talk to young people and say, try and marry the right woman because the wrong one's going to mess you up. Her husband used to fly attack helicopters, okay? And now he's like the biggest weenie in the royal family, and it's because of her.
It is. And I wonder do you think he realizes that? Do you think that he even has an inkling of how he messed up by marrying that social climber?
No, because it's undefeated, Neil. It is undefeated in the history of the world. Since you like laying stuff down,
it's undefeated. Better teams to play for.
I agree. Again, for young people out there, if you marry the wrong person, he or she can ruin your life. And that dude used to fly attack helicopters. He was a man's man. He was probably the one person in the royal family where everyone looked at him and said, that dude's squared away. And now he's looked at as a joke.
Well, that's what that stuff can do to you.
I'm trying to avoid that stuff.
Yeah.
as much as I listen, I've been married. It'll be 20 years this year, and obviously you've gone even longer. You're supposed to have somebody who accentuates the best parts about you, not brings out the weenie in you.
By the way, we're getting a good lesson in California.
Oh, yes, tell me about it.
Oh, this affordability issue.
Yeah.
And that lesson is playing out in the Pacific Palisades and the places that were destroyed by that fire.
Yeah, it's a tragedy in that people are finding out not only is the government looking to get a hold of your stuff, of your property, they're not going to give you permits. And if you do manage to possibly get a chance to rebuild something, it's going to be a crazy amount of money.
It has to be brought up to code.
Yes.
Let me tell you about Collier County. Naples is in Collier County. I love Naples, obviously. And I don't know how Donna and I discovered this place to retire, but thank God we did. We're actually poor in Naples, okay? But that's fine. In Naples, if you build a house or something, anything with a restroom, the county has been known to come in and measure the distance between the dead bombs away center of your toilet bowl and the nearest wall, other than the back wall.
Is it a safety issue, or is it just some sort of weird regulation?
They'd probably say it was a safety issue. But if the center of your toilet bowl target is a millimeter or two closer to the sidewall where the toilet paper hangs, you got to tear it out and do it over again.
Ugh.
I mean, really, you talk about affordability.
Well, and you're talking about just something as simple as a toilet and a wall and how it's built.
I'm talking about government employees taking themselves too damn seriously and costing people a lot of money. Now, out in the Pacific Palisades, those new homes, many of them, I think there's been some exemptions issued. They have to be brought up to code before you can build something there. These homes have been there for what, 20, 30, 40 years?
Oh, sure. Some of them from the 1950s, yes.
Yeah, and the code has changed drastically. And no, you can't just come in here and rebuild your house. If more than X percent of it has been destroyed in the fire, whatever you build has to be brought up to code. I think that's the first thing they teach these people in these enforcement agencies, the term brought up to code. This is our weapon that we can use to control and dominate these poor people who have lost property, homes, buildings, whatever, in tragedies.
Well, and that is how people end up losing their homes. I remember when it was Hurricane Michael, and you had so much of Mexico Beach, Florida, that was built in the 1960s. And so when you suddenly had everything having to be built to code, for instance, you needed the Miami standard of windows about how much wind that they could withstand. When it came to the framing of your home, every 32 inches had to be 3 studs rather than just 1 stud. And so every little bit of code was building up the price of that property.
Yeah.
And so that, but you can imagine that even as a crazier extreme with California, where the regulations are so much more out there than what you have even in Florida.
Well, when I was on Ring Radio in Atlanta, we had some friends, and not many, but anyway, we had some friends. And on weekends, we would like to go around and look at houses because we were living in rental properties. And we would like to go look at houses. The big dream, own a house, buy a house. And we'd go to open houses and look at them. Now, that's not what one of my other buddies in used to do, and that was he and his girlfriend would go to open houses and see if they could knock one off.
So to speak,
in the open house before they were discovered. But oh gosh, what a weekend, what a weekend hobby that is. But anyway, these houses, the really nice ones, Los, the really nice ones, $37,000, $40,000.
Yeah.
gosh, that's what I need. That's the kind of money I need to have one of these houses. I mean, you can't buy an outhouse for $37,000 right now.
No, and let me ask you about that, because I worry about this with my daughters, and especially when it comes to your granddaughter. I know on a lot of these things you say, hey, I've checked out, me and the queen, this is what we're doing. But I do worry about affordability for these young people, that as they get through high school, as they get their levels of education, and when they try and get out in the world, and the home, just as you're saying, you can't buy an outhouse at that number.
I know.
It has to be something that's so extreme that I don't know if it's one of those deals where I'm going to have to be like, okay, do I have to sell a kidney to give to my daughters so that they can afford homes when they're a little bit older?
Well, I do have 3 kidneys, so that would...
Well, that might help you out a little. You could get rid of one. At this point, there's a Mexican cartel that'll get that out of you and give you, like, let's say $200,000.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's what it's now come down to. How do young people, because affordability is going to be the talk of everything in 2026.
I think that you've hit on a good point there. It's going to be something to watch, but what we will not, I'm afraid there will not be enough of an emphasis on what has the government done to make these things unaffordable. I used to do the math. I used to put the pencil on a piece of paper and what have you way back when, and I could make a good case. I could make a good case on the air that if your wife, if you're the main breadwinner, you're the man, you're the main breadwinner, and your wife is working also, the reason she has to work is to cover your family's tax liability. That's it.
Yeah.
If you bring your family's tax liability down to a reasonable level where it was maybe 15 or 20 years ago, she wouldn't be out there working. And then on the other hand, and this is my great disappointment in life, is under the fair tax, no household in America pays a penny to the federal government until that household has taken care of their basic needs: food, shelter, clothing, medical care. Under the fair tax. I mean, how you talk about affordability? How about if you don't pay a damn penny to the federal government in any form of taxes until you've taken care of your family?
Whenever I've gotten a chance to explain that to anyone, it always is the same question. Like, well, why would this never be considered? And it's always what I go back to and you bring up. It's just power.
It takes too much power.
It's just too much power.
It would be the greatest transfer of power from the federal government back to the people in the history of this country, and these politicians are not going to stand for it. And if they could hire somebody to announce them like they did Meghan Markle every time they come into a room, they would do it because they think that much of themselves.
Well, we do this for you when you come on, but I think it's deserved.
Well, people don't know who the hell I am anymore. I've been retired for...
I don't know. I got
13 years now.
I got a buddy of mine. I was in his wedding. He was in my wedding. He's like, I wait for every Tuesday for when Neil's on with you guys.
Well, that's very nice.
So shout out to Patrick. He loves hearing from Neil. Neil,
and how are his treatments going?
Yeah, he clearly has some sort of ailment. That's why he needs a talk master.
Okay.
All right,
so
Neil.
I didn't get to get into Mondami, but then I don't care about him anyway.
We'll get into it next week. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we do.
All right, take care, Neil.
Be good.
There he goes. There it was. There was Neil Bortz with us from yesterday. Always enjoy catching up with the Talk Master. All right, when we get back, it turns out this friend of the show, Angela, it only took about a year or two to vindicate him. He was totally right about what's going on at the Atlanta airport. We'll talk about that next. We continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. The college football playoff rankings are out once again. Just 2 more reveals to go before the playoff field is set. The top 5 remains unchanged. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia continue as the top 4 teams that are in the bye positions. Oregon jumps over Ole Miss to take over the 6th spot, with Ole Miss now ranked 7th. A weird loss for the Atlanta Hawks in NBA Cup play last night. They get blown out by the worst team in the league, the Washington Wizards, 132-113. The final, the Hawks are back in action Friday night when they host the Cleveland Cavaliers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. Just when you thought the country couldn't get any crazier, the Democrats surprise you. Shutting the government down for lame political reasons, liberals complaining of taking criminals and illegals off the street. When will this craziness stop? Well, in this crazy world, there is one place to go for peace of mind. Drop by Atlanta Safe House and let the safe experts help you select the safe to best protect your hard-earned valuables. Our brands include Browning, Fort Knox, Champion, and many more. So go by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Experience luxury like never before behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac.
From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, you'll love shopping at their showroom conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery. Luxury is waiting. Experience it today at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Okay, who just opened your Obamacare or Marketplace renewal and almost fell off that chair? Hey, 35%, and it's not even any better? You're not crazy. They keep jacking the premium and giving you less. I don't know about this stuff, but I know who does. I go to Steven, the health insurance doctor. I send people there because he's been doing this 16 years. He wins awards for this stuff. He helps the self-employed, 1099, small business owners, the people actually paying for their own insurance. You bet you're going to get corporate-style coverage, nationwide PPO. How about lower zero deductibles, plans that pay you cash benefits when you use them. And he does it all around the year round there because, you know what, he's independent. He's got multiple carriers to quote. A lot of you are going to see that premium go right down instead of up. And in some cases, saving to 60% over that renewal number. He works for you, not Washington. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. Or go to healthinsurancedoctor.net. It's Steven, not a call center. Your plan, your savings, and tell him the Kibber sent you.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Political political violence cannot stand. And Extra 106.3 will continue on as the conservative voice of reason in Atlanta. We'll speak our mind, protect our values, and stand up for each other responsibly. Count on the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer, and the legend Neil Boortz to always have your back. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Oh, hey there. Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Of course, download the app as well. You can take that with you. You'll never lose it, like herpes. I didn't say that. That didn't really come out of my mouth. I'm sorry. I'm not on my best behavior because Angela Morbido is here. And Aaron Canada and I, we've been staring at each other for 2 days. And Aaron's a wonderful, beautiful man. But now the room is complete. Now we have Angela here. Because normally we have Tug. And Tug is the one who kind of dresses everything up. But without Tug, it was lonely, you know? And so now I'm glad you're here
thank you.
to bring all your happy thoughts and your crazy stories and all that to the table.
Well, lots of happy thoughts this week. I am so ready for Thanksgiving, and I'm really ready for the weekend after Thanksgiving to just like become one with the couch and not move
watch
for
me
a very
meld.
long time. Yes.
We have become one. So are y'all traveling at all? Because, I mean, obviously you were talking about coming back from Florida, but are y'all just staying home or you having people in? Because this is the first Thanksgiving in years where I'm hosting my in-laws.
Okay, and we're hosting at my in-laws, my mother-in-law's house. She's got family coming in, and my husband has some wonderful friends who are international. So Thanksgiving is kind of like new for them, kind of not really like a thing they grew up with. So some of them are going to join us for Turkey Day, and we're very excited.
Do you have to change up the menu at all?
No, I don't
Okay.
think I would be allowed to touch the menu even if I wanted to. This
All
is
right.
like serious business. So my husband is
Because you know there's some cultures that don't eat red meat, you know? Like, so I'm saying, like, when you have people that are international, if you have to change stuff up a little bit.
Our guys are totally cool with that. So my family is Italian. We're Italian on my dad's side. And the way food works for us is like everybody kind of Tasmanian devils around the kitchen. And my dad's in charge. And then at the end, something amazing happens. My husband is a double Georgia Tech grad. He is very much an engineer. The first time I did Thanksgiving with his family, I saw like a spreadsheet of like a schedule for the oven. And I'm like, oh, this is new. And it's amazing. They do an incredible job. And I'm just like the little sous chef, like chopping salad on the side. But it is so different, like how he cooks versus how I cook. Like, I will start making a salad and not know what it's going to look like at the end. And he'll be like, I've been planning a sandwich for 72 hours.
Okay. I've had my turkey in a brine since the weekend.
Nice.
I am planning on, and again, I was looking at my schedule. I'm planning on a 3.5 to 4 hour smoke, 225 degrees.
Oh.
I will follow that up with a 3.5 to 4 hour cook until it reaches temperature at 350 degrees. And so my plan is to have my turkey ready by probably 1 o'clock, 1:30. So I do have respect for the fact that your husband looks at this in a very regimented manner.
For sure. I learned something about turkey brine the other day. This is a little off the wall, but out west, Great Salt Lake, folks have had to warn residents around that area. Yes, we have a lot of water, and yes, that water is very, very salty. Stop brining your turkeys in the lake. That turkey's going to get eaten, and you might too.
That's kind of gross.
Really,
Why
really
are you brining
nasty.
it?
And that's proof you can't be eaten at anybody's house.
And by the way, once I have my brine ready to go, it no longer looks like, oh, there's the turkey in the water. It's like, no, it's supposed to look a little dirty and gross. It's what it is. It's just how it goes. But yeah, so I'm take it out of the brine, pat it dry, canola oil, 7 hours. That's the plan for tomorrow. All right, let me get into this before we run out of time here in this segment. So a friend of the show, Colton Moore, he's a state senator. I call him friend of the show. He's been on a couple of times, and Colton Moore is known for kind of causing some interesting moments to happen. For instance, I think it was now 2 years ago, Colton Moore showed up to the Atlanta airport in the same way that you did, but he found something that was pretty interesting. He was like, why are there a bunch of people here that are clearly not from this country being held in an illegal area, in an area, and it's a secure area, and there are military officials that are shooing everyone away. In fact, as he pointed out, he had someone representing the military that tried to grab the camera that he had.
Awful.
And so you're like, what is this? And he came on the show and he told us, like, listen, it's in a secure area. They're processing illegals here. Like, what? Well, as it turns out, you now have the information that came out as of yesterday. The Biden administration was using 11 U.S. airports, including Atlanta, to turn secure facilities into illegal alien housing and processing centers. Colton Moore was right. And Colton Moore was called like, what a nut. What is he trying to do? And he was trying to tell everybody, hey, they're using Hartsfield-Jackson to send these people all around the country that are not supposed to be here.
And the government's going, don't believe your lying eyes. Or don't believe your lying phone. That's why we have to take it away from you. You can't record. I hope Senator Moore is like taking a victory lap.
I hope he is too.
For years. Because everybody on the left tried to dismiss him and say, oh, it's not happening here. I'm like, really? The busiest passenger airport in the world in a country that's overrun with people who are here illegally? You're not going to process it? Like, it makes no sense. Of course he was telling the truth.
And in this case, Colton Moore also brought this or tried to bring this to Governor Kemp's attention. And that then caused Colton Moore to get in some hot water there. He continued his post by saying, when he was making sure to say, Governor Kemp had the power to stop this. He had the evidence. He had the duty. Instead, he looked the other way while Georgia became a staging ground for Biden's open border disaster. When you want to know about, again, system disruptors, the people that I talk about putting them into office, yes. Is Colton Moore firing at the hip at times? Yeah. But he also doesn't have a problem about telling you what is going on. In a state that is run by establishment Republicans, Colton Moore is actually looking to upset the apple cart. That's why he had so many problems that he had the state house.
And that's what we need in public office is people who tell the truth. We don't need someone who can publish 10 perfect press releases or give a perfect press conference even. We need people who are going to tell us what's going on. I think that in itself is a public service.
The fact that it was happening right in our backyard and only one state official decided to actually look into it and then to expose it, to then have the rest of the establishment power in this state come right down on him for doing it. I was like, good for you, Colton Moore. Take the victory lap. And you know what? If you want to call in, you have my number. We've emailed back and forth. You represent. Send something over. You want to take the victory lap here? We can do it again Monday, but at that point, it slows down. So let us know. If you want on, let us know. All right. When we get back, the fall of woke. That's what Angela's calling it. So I'm sitting here like, I can't wait for it. When we get back, it'll be the fall of woke right here on the Morning Xtra, right here on Xtra 106.3.
Get the latest breaking news and insight from the biggest conservative voices in the South when you follow Xtra 106.3 across all your social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Xtra 106.3.
Don't just ride apart from the crowd, travel above it. The spacious, sumptuous 7-seat GLS SUV wraps thoughtful innovations in ruggedly elegant style and refined luxury. From its bold grille to its LED tail lamps. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLS 450 4MATIC SUV. Just $929 per month for 36 months with $87.33 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration, now through December 1st. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through December 1st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
All right, look out. It's only the Kimmer here with maybe the biggest home improvement deal I've ever talked about. My buddy Jeff, the same one I've known for 25 years, his team at Peach State Windows doing something incredible. Right now, you get 8 premium top-of-the-line Energy Star double-hung replacement windows fully installed for just $39.95. That's 8 premium windows installed for under $4,000. And some of those national companies will charge you that much for like one window. Jeff's family-owned business been serving Georgia over 50 years. They know Georgia heat, Georgia storms, Georgia construction. These windows are efficient, airtight, strong, and built for our homes. Stop putting it off. You're losing money every month with those drafty panes. PeachStateWindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. And with 0% financing for 12 months, you can upgrade your whole home without touching your savings. Call today. Make the uglies go away. Grab 8 premium windows installed for just $39.95. 770-485-8011. PeachStateWindows.com.
Fox on Tech.
Get ready to pay more for music. Spotify will raise its prices for U.S. customers in early 2026. That's according to the Financial Times. The streaming service, which today not only trades in music but in other audio like podcasts, currently costs $11.99 a month for an individual account. The price hike may make some Spotify users scowl a bit, but it does follow price increases in Spotify's other markets around the world. Those price jumps have been moderate, like in Europe, where the price per month only went up €1. But why raise the price at all? Experts say Spotify's costs have been going up. Firstly, they added lossless audio to their offerings. That increased quality requires more digital power to deliver. And there's been talk that the record labels, which produce much of the music from big-name artists, are demanding more money from streaming platforms. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Kimmer Show is live on your ride home on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 1063.
Many more Americans are on the go the day before Thanksgiving. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Been pretty smooth. Came in a little too early, so I have to wait to go through TSA, but the earlier the better.
He's at Philadelphia's airport. So far, there are just over 500 flight delays across the country, just 25 cancellations. Most of the almost 82 million of us expected to be part of record Thanksgiving travel this year will drive. And Fox Business Network Cheryl Cassoni tells us.
Pro tip from AAA, by the way. Check your battery on your car and your tire pressure before you get on the road today. AAA last year had to respond to nearly 600,000 emergency roadside assistant calls. They were helping all those stranded drivers. Dead batteries, flat tires, empty fuel tanks. That can put kind of a damper on your Thanksgiving.
Now, driving's much tougher in some parts of the north. The day after Dakota's got heavy snow, there are blizzard warnings in Wisconsin and northern Michigan. Minnesota's also had wintry weather, and big lake effect snow is forecast tomorrow in northern Ohio and western New York. Israel's returned the bodies of 15 Palestinians the morning after positively identifying another dead hostage Hamas handed over as part of the ceasefire agreement that ended the war in Gaza.
Remembered as a devoted father and a talented cheesemaker, Dror Or was killed by militants from Hamas who stormed their kibbutz on October 7th, 2023. His body held in Gaza until yesterday. Or's wife Yonat was also killed in the massacre of some 1,200 people in southern Israel that day. 2 of their children were abducted by Hamas but released as part of a deal.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Hamas still has to return 2 more dead hostages to fully comply. As Russia keeps waging war in Ukraine, President Trump says he's fine-tuned a peace plan he's pushing, telling reporters.
They're talking about going land both ways and trying to clean up a border. You know, you can't go through the middle of a house. You can't go through the middle of a highway. So they're trying to work something. It's a complicated process.
America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-926-0155. 800-926-0155.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Extra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
That first hour, gone. Poof. It's out of here. But you got 3 more to go right here with the Morning Extra. Carlos Medina, front office Los, along with Angela Morabito. You can always follow Angela at Angela Morabito on X. That's where you get her anger, her frustration, her rage.
I rage tweet.
I do. I enjoy it when you get after people. I think it's fun. I was telling Aaron before you came in here. This was yesterday. I was like, listen. I was like, you'll catch a stray. Like people are like, oh, let me just go check out Angela's. Oh my God. And then it's like, wow, I can't believe she took a shot at that person the way that she did. Because typically, and I think people are surprised whenever, especially when they meet me, and I think probably when they meet you, it's, oh, that person's generally agreeable. Why don't I like them from X?
It's because that's where the anger comes out.
So I'm just pointing out, I think I'm just pointing out the obvious. Like, for instance, and this is, I had a sports thing to bring up with you, but I'm not ready to do the main one. Did you notice the strong woman competition in Arlington, Texas?
Yes, I noticed that we live in a South Park episode.
We do live in a South Park episode. That's exactly what I was thinking
Macho Man
of.
Randy Savage.
So if you don't know what Angela's pointing out, there was a South Park episode a few years ago when we had this whole competition of men entering into women's sports. They had Macho Man Randy Savage that entered into a competition with other women, and he was whooping all of them. But of course, he was a woman. So that was the joke. Well, strongman competition was won by a man who happens to not consider himself a man. Fortunately, the organizer said we weren't aware. I don't know how. And they gave it to the second place woman who was actually a woman, and everybody moved up. And so the strongest woman, who was a man, got stripped of his title. So that was a good thing to happen in sports. But that was where when I was saying, hey, maybe next time you check him for a donger. You just
or just, look at somebody's driver's license.
Maybe just
some
check.
states that won't work, though, because they can fake it.
Right. So you just check into a little bit of this. And I think that that's pretty obvious, right? I'm like, listen, I'm looking at you. There's something there that ain't there with the rest of the ladies. I'm just saying that maybe that's good enough proof to say, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate what we're doing. I don't think that makes me some sort of fanatic or crazy person when I post to Twitter or X.
Yeah, I think the idea that women's sports should be for women used to be pretty moderate, but there was a time when you would say that and people are like, you're transphobic, you're so small-minded.
You're such a hater.
Yes, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I thought women's sports meant progress. I thought that was a good thing.
I thought the idea was women should have their own individual space where they can do what they want to do, they can succeed, and they can then be proud of what they've accomplished, just like male athletes. Why did we then push for male athletes to pretend to be female athletes? Isn't that a violation of what exactly we were trying to do? I mean, we went through an entire campaign, whether it was Nike or anybody else that was talking about her, like her sports.
Yes.
Like, yes, it should be for her. I've got daughters. They've played on teams with boys before. But you know when that stops? When they're like 9 or 10.
There you go. So everybody gets to play, but you got to play fair.
Puberty hits and we decide things have changed.
Yes.
It's just factual. It's what it is.
And did any of the boys or any of their parents act up about that? Or were they like, no?
No. They were.
Okay.
In fact, the one year, this was when my oldest daughter was 11. And there was a boy on her team who was 9. And he was very good, but he was also very small. Okay. And the reason why he played with us that year was because there were no youth programs for young men volleyball players at that time. The first age you could be part of it was 14. Well, his parents didn't want to put him with 14-year-old boys when he's 9.
Sure, that's dangerous.
Yeah, different world. Yeah, just from a standpoint of what 14-year-old boys talk about versus what your 9-year-old kid. So this is what they did. Now, when we went to qualifiers, bigger tournaments, okay, he couldn't play with us. But when we played local tournaments, he would. And so that was more than enough to be like, okay, everybody's happy. Now that he's, considerably older, now he's like 12 or 13, now he's dominant out there. That's why he doesn't play with the girls anymore. Now he plays with 14-year-old boys.
That's awesome. And see, that's an inclusive policy.
That's fine with everybody.
We're going to welcome you in while it makes sense and no one is denying biological reality.
Right.
Everybody's on the same page that men and women are different. My favorite is when the trust the science people are like, men can give birth. I'm like, what? Where?
Well, hold on. You get to be living proof of saying, okay, how about we have a race? Let's see if you can get pregnant in the way I did, and then we'll see what happens when we get to about 10 months.
Yes.
See how that works. All right, you wanted to bring up the fall of woke, and so I'm just going to sit back and be like, please explain to me your fall of woke, because as soon as I read it, I was like, oh yeah, we're starting off 7 o'clock hour with the fall of woke. I love this.
Well, thank you. So this is a report I co-authored with an absolutely brilliant colleague named Paul Zimmerman. And it's in a part of a series. Every year for the past few years, we've released a Summer of Woke report. Well, woke is in a very, very different position now in 2025, thankfully, than it has been in years past under the Biden administration.
I just remember my years of 2020 and 2021 saying, when will this die? Because woke to me is a large denial of reality.
Yes. And I think that's why it's polling so badly. And that's why this report is the fall of woke. Because a year ago right now, we were anticipating the second Trump administration. He comes into office and he fires off a bunch of executive orders aimed at getting things like DEI and CRT out of our government and out of our schools. So not long ago, it was looking like woke's on the way out. And yet, we see it retreat, but not necessarily recede in places like teacher unions and really other progressive enclaves.
Let me ask you this, because I saw this at the university level when you had the attack on, as you're saying, CRT and DEI and everything else. The response from the university level was, well, let's just rename it.
Yes.
And we'll just go hide it somewhere. But it was still we don't want to let this go. This is part of this is a religious ideology for them.
It is. It is a dogma, and it has its own rituals and its own set of beliefs. And if you step outside of them, the true believers are not going to be real happy with you.
You know, I did give you I tested your level of woke last night.
Really?
I did this, and you probably weren't even aware that I was doing this.
I did not know this was happening.
So one of the things that I do in order to test level of woke is when somebody texts me and I want to give them some sort of agreement, I give them black thumb. The black thumbs up. And listen, I could choose to put any other thumb on there, but I do not. My emoji is, I use black thumbs up. And that's the moment where am I going to get the text back where it's like, did he culturally appropriate the black thumb? Did he really just send that to me? And as I told you when I said, I go, that's the black thumb. So now you know it's legit. And you laughed it off like it was no big deal. You'd be amazed when people are like, well, why'd you send that? I'm like, well, why do you have a problem with it?
They're emoji police.
Emoji police, yes.
So I think we have to start something new here, which, you know, I kind of did with some friends in DC. Everybody's in these apartment buildings and say, hey, let me know you're here. I'll come sign you into the building. Whenever you're like having people over for dinner or whatever. Instead of like, hey, I'm here, we would send each other the most random emojis. Like, it's not, hi, I'm in the lobby. It's here's 18 shrimp.
Okay.
Here's a bunch of balloons and a camel in there for good measure. Like random stuff.
All right.
So I am the furthest thing from the emoji police. I just saw a thumbs up on my screen and was like, awesome.
See, it never hit your radar.
It did not.
Because you are not, because a lot of this, when it comes to wokeness, you have to be constantly in a state of victimhood and anger and looking to point out. You have to become the woke police. And so it's similar to when you would see videos on X of, let's say, there would be a young white woman who would have cornrows, and you would have black women say, well, why are you wearing that? So, well, why do you care? I'm just, it's a hairstyle to me.
Right.
But you're appropriating my culture. Why are you angered about that? And so that's what I'm saying. You have to be looking for this stuff to be angry about this stuff. Whereas I sent you the thumb and you're just like, haha, and you just kept it moving. Because you're not looking to be angry.
Right.
You're not looking for these things.
I will get angry about a lot of political things in the world. Emojis are not one of them. And we watch this with woke is now hopefully on its way out, but you have these groups like the teacher unions that are intent on propagating it. And they're also intent on covering their tracks, right? Because they know it's unpopular. So they will do things like in their handbook, we'll call Donald Trump a fascist. They misspelled fascist, first of all, doesn't bode well for who's educating.
You think that's a problem for education?
Yes, it does not reflect well on them. Or they'll send like content to their 3 million members of the NEA that literally erases Israel from the map. Oh, well, when people get mad, they apologize. But they are constantly testing the waters for what can we get away with? How can we keep advancing this ideology we know people hate?
Have you ever been in a position where you've asked somebody to explain fascism? Because that's a fun one.
I have not, but now I want to.
So if you were to say, like when they're like, this person's a fascist, and you say, well, can you explain fascism? More times than not, you will not get an answer. They'll point it out as, well, it's being mean. Okay, that's what we've gone with. I remember I was, so when in our old house, my wife and I used to share an office. And now I've been vanquished to the basement. And so now she's got the pretty office in the house, and I've got the basement where it looks like I'm a hostage in some sort of like cave. But when we shared an office back in our previous home, I remember she was having a discussion with one of her team members. And at the time, they were trying to describe a version of government. And because it was a worldwide study that their company had done. And they were talking about basically the coalition between the government and private industry and means of production and controlling means of production and what people got. And they're like, well, what exactly should we call it? And I'm like, fascism. It's called fascism. But the problem was, as soon as I pointed out that a fascistic government in which you do have a coalition, typically not something that is the choice of the private company, they're associated with the government, means of production is controlled by the government, although the private company is what they are. When I pointed that out to them, the first thing my wife was doing is, well, we can't call it fascist because fascist has taken on a new name.
Right.
It's no longer a description of government and private industry and how they're connected to one another. It just means mean posts and being mean Donald Trump.
Yeah, fascist is just stuff we don't like. And for them to call a freely and fairly elected president a fascist, I think that's election denialism.
Oh, well, there's another buzzword that you just went with.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, and people will rename things all the time, like Antifa, anti-fascist, except you must play by our rules or we're going to burn your house down. Like, that's
kind of sounds like fascist. It kind of sounds like fascism.
Totally.
I mean, fascism at its, if you want to just say, all right, here's how I would explain it, and I'm going to be correct. You can say authoritarian. Because there are elements in a fascist government that are authoritarian because you were controlling the means of production. We're going to control people what they're going to get. That's fascism. But they don't use that because authoritarian doesn't seem to resonate the same way. There's no anti-authoritarian. There's anti-fascist. There's Antifa.
Yes.
And then when their entire platform is my way or violence, well, that's authoritarian.
Yes.
I mean, that's the epitome of it.
I thought about this during 2020, the mostly peaceful summer of cities on fire, when we had the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in Seattle.
Oh, yes.
And they had all of these rules for their quote-unquote peaceful hippie commune. I'm like, you are speedrunning communism. They ran out of food after like 2 days. Like, you are intent on learning this the hard way. And they did.
And they did. And that's why then, as what happens in all these societies, even these little hippie communes, then the sexual assaults get cranked up. Then everybody gets real rapey. It's like, watch how fast society broke down when you didn't have the social contract between one another, where the civil society was gone.
It happened in the Occupy Wall Street encampments. Those were terrible places to be anyone, really, but especially terrible places to be a woman. And we know now that the word woke is damaged. People hear woke and they think like, your insufferable distant relative who's going to get on Facebook and preach about something they know nothing about. You hear woke and you think someone who insists that an adult man should share a locker room with your daughter. Like, well, people know what woke is now, and they hate it. So that forces this massive rebrand that the teacher unions are trying to spearhead. I think they're losing this battle, and our report at the Defense of Freedom Institute really covers a lot of that. They're working overtime to keep this ideology alive, but people don't want it. Parents really hate it.
I will say this. There's been plenty of times where I've been around because of youth sports, where there are people that I'm around that we're completely different politically. We were raised differently from different cultures, and yet there are these core elements that we all agree on. For instance, I don't care if you happen to view me as, hey, I'm an aggressive nationalist, by the way. He's a conservative. And you're a liberal. For the most part, 99.9% of the time, we both look at it and we're like, we want our girls to be around other girls and we don't need a boy dressing around them.
Right.
Like, that's just a general deal. But yet, that woke ideology tells you, well, the only way to be enlightened is to not have a problem with that. But when the rubber meets the road, the parents do have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think there's a large segment of America that was very okay saying like, I think we should include trans athletes. Yeah, until my daughter's on the team. Or I think that we should tax everybody to care for illegal immigrants. Yeah, until you see what that bill looks like.
Until it's your money.
So, like, when you can afford it, when it's other people's lives, when it's other people's money, you may have all of these, like, high and mighty woke opinions. But where the rubber meets the road, you're like, oh, I really don't want to do that.
So this is the fun part about, because I think you would typically fall under, like, if I said, okay, well, so this is Angela Morbido and she's Georgetown educated and she worked in D.C. I think the first connotation is white liberal woman, you know, and that's going to be the first connotation no matter what until they get a chance to talk with you. I find that so much of what's going on now, I joke around them as like, you know, the cat ladies, no kids, and all they do is eat Haagen-Dazs and, you know, cry at movies and can't wait to watch The View. The Frau. That's who I refer to them as. Whatever J.D. Vance does, I'm like, let me take it up a few notches. That's why I can never run for office. And so with all that being pointed out, you know, I look at these scenarios and you're right. It's all of those connotations of like what the liberal white woman has been within the party, how it's driven so much of their politics, where for some reason they keep thinking, let's just keep running women for president. I'm like, you got to find the right woman, not just any woman, but that's what they do.
Right.
But they're also very NIMBY. Not in my backyard. All the things they ask for, as long as they're removed from it in gated community or suburbia or wherever, sure, I'm all for cashless bail. Just not in my backyard. Yeah, sure, you can go ahead and put people out on the street. I don't have a problem with that. Not in my backyard. And then it comes down to the other old country adage, whose ox is being gored? And once it's theirs, that's when they have a problem with this stuff.
Exactly. I have seen this so strongly in the debate over public transit. There was the absolute tragedy in Charlotte. There was the absolute tragedy in Chicago where a woman, I believe, was lit on fire. And the guys who are doing this stuff have rap sheets a mile long.
72 arrests in the case of the man in Chicago.
And on round 73, he ruined somebody's life. I mean, it's horrible. And yet the people who were like, we must give them infinity chances to do these things, those are people who don't take public transit. If you take public transit, you're like, why do I keep hearing about isolated incidents? This is my free band name, by the way. If anyone out there wants to start a jam band, you are now the isolated incidents. Because how many isolated incidents before we admit we have a problem?
I have stopped. I used to be a regular person who loved taking MARTA. Just regular dude, jump on MARTA. I was happy to do it. When I lived in Buckhead, when my wife and I, the girlfriend at the time, we had like the Buckhead apartment. We were real cool. It's like, well, let's go down a little 5 points. Let's go over to CNN. So wherever we had to go, let's just jump on MARTA. That's what you do. As things have fallen apart, as things have, the civil society has gotten to a little bit more decrepit, I don't even let my parents get on MARTA coming from the airport for me to pick them up any longer because of all the craziness that goes on in public transit. And for some reason, we've now looked at public transit as it's now become well, you shouldn't have a problem with this if you're woke, if you're enlightened. Like, what do you mean? Demanding safety? Demanding not to have people running around naked on there or trying to sell drugs or being wildly intoxicated out of their mind? Like, that makes me unenlightened for expecting that?
Yeah, last time I took MARTA out of the airport, and that might be the last time I ever take MARTA out of the airport, was a while back. And there's somebody who gets on the train car, and everybody's just minding their business. We've all got headphones in. Everybody's fine. I'm sitting there with my suitcase. I won't tell you what came out of this man, but I will tell you it was projectile.
Oh, no.
It was real bad.
Yeah.
And it was at a stop. So all of us, it's like me and like Amazon delivery guys and somebody coming home from school, a bunch of college students. We all just run into the next car, sit down, look up at each other, shake our heads and laugh. And yeah, that wasn't a threat to me.
But here's the standard now.
Yes.
Like, this is part of your experience, which is not supposed to be it.
Oh, yeah. And everywhere you go, they're like, we're upgrading our trains. We're upgrading our schedules. Okay, that's amazing. The problem with public transit isn't like the vehicle. It's the public. It's that you have people there who are going to terrorize you.
Yeah. There's a reason why. My parents used to take it all the time. I'd be like, yeah, I'll pick you up at North Springs. We'll drive you. Now that doesn't happen anymore. They rent a car or I go pick them up. Yep. We don't even mess with that any longer. All right, when we get back, we'll get into a story time that we knocked out. And it's perfect for this holiday week. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. Download the Xtra app 1063, or you can check us out. We'll take you until 10 o'clock. This is the Morning Xtra.
Extra 106.3 is connected to the Atlanta community with the local officials and candidates that share your values, plus the national perspective from the most trusted name in news like Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and Atlanta's own Neil Bortz. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Yeah, we had the cold snap, and now we're trending in the right direction. But this, I believe, is a good opportunity to take advantage of what Central Heating and Air Conditioning is offering. Chuck and his team offering something pretty rare. 2 incentives. You can upgrade to a dependable Carrier system, turning to your Atlanta Carrier experts at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and get up to $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. Central and Carrier set the standard in heating and cooling for the past 3 generations. Now your chance to bring that comfort home with the best savings of the season. But here's the thing. This is the reprieve, right? You had the cold snap. Now you got a little bit of a reprieve. If it didn't kill your old HVAC, it might the next time around. Get yourself a new Carrier system and save a whole bunch of money. That's the message right there. Now that we got the reprieves warming up a little bit, do it before the cold snap comes back. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
It's midnight and the phone rings. It's a loved one calling from jail. They had a little too much fun at the holiday party and got pulled over. Now what? Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
The holidays are about moments that last forever. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, every piece of jewelry tells a story, your story. Whether it's a sparkling engagement ring or a gift that says, I love you, we're here to make this season magical with exclusive holiday offers you won't want to miss. From bezel set jewelry in trendy yellow gold to essentials for that layered look. Explore our holiday gift guides or schedule your appointment at SolomonBrothers.com. And don't forget to check out our holiday specials, like our famous diamond studs starting at $9.99. It seems like every year, everything gets more expensive, except here. A 3/4 carat diamond pendant for just $14.99. 3 Atlanta locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. One tradition of excellence. Book your customized shopping experience today at SolomonBrothers.com. Solomon Brothers, where luxury meets love.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. A Georgia park is one of the most snake-infested state parks in the nation. That's according to World Atlas, which named Skidaway Island State Park as one of 7 with the most snakes. The park is south of Savannah. The park's mix of maritime forest, salt flats, and freshwater sloughs beckons numerous snake species adapted to both land and water, the website said. Besides snakes, the visitors can also see deer, fiddler crabs, raccoon, egrets, and other wildlife. And how you pay to recycle items is changing for people who live in Rockdale County. The county says the recycling center fee is transitioning to an annual hang tag system. This means visitors will pay annually for a hang tag to display in order to enter the county recycling center. The price is $150 per year for county residents and $100 for citizens age 60 and older. The mandatory change goes into effect on February 1st, 2026. And those are your Georgia headlines. I'm Aaron Canada.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
All right, story time. So I got into a documentary over the weekend. When I'm not watching sports, it's documentaries. And one of them was House of Numbers. And it's a documentary from 12, 13 years ago. And quite honestly, it's the way it's shot. The subject matter's good. but it's not well done visually. Like Aaron would look at it and be like, oh, that looks really kind of low end. You know, I mean, just if you brought it up on YouTube and you looked at it, you would say, okay, like good information it looks like a cheap version of PBS.
I did also teach film students, so I can forgive a lot.
Okay. Well, then you know when something's low budget. You know when something is exploring a particular content matter where you don't have the financial backing that some other people do. So sometimes that's just the result of what it looks like. And House of Numbers, what it got into was the early part of the AIDS epidemic, which, if you know any of that crazy history, you initially had all of it starting in the early 80s, and there were people like, Anthony Fauci that were part of coming up with what the plan was going to be for the federal government. How do we handle this? One of the crazy parts was just over testing. The testing of how do we determine somebody even has HIV? And if they have HIV, all right, how do we know if it's gone to AIDS? This was part of the argument that was happening. And there was a lot of federal dollars that were flying around. There was money being exchanged to where you tried, and this goes by House of Numbers, you started calling as many things as you could HIV as possible. Well, could you specifically test for it? Well, not yet. But it kind of has the earmarks of it. And so people would get, hey, you're positive for HIV. And it was like the end of the world. It turns out some of them didn't have HIV. But you didn't have the testing to go into it. Well, I want to play this first piece of audio. And this is going to find its way back to what we dealt with 5 years ago. This ended up being, this was 1982. And this is Dr. Robert Wilner. Now, he's upset because what happened during the early part of the AIDS epidemic? There was a repurposed cancer drug called AZT. And AZT ended up being what Fauci and some of the other scientists made it a point to like, well, if they've got AIDS or they have HIV, let's give them AZT. It'll help them. No, it was killing people. It was maybe one of the worst things you could do because it was lowering the power of the immune system to fight back and to elongate life and to give yourself an opportunity to live a more normal life. Well, this is what 30 some years ago, this is 1982. This is what Dr. Robert Wilner had to say. I'm so sorry, taking it back. Let me go a little further. It's 40 years ago. This is what Dr. Robert Wilner had to say about the genocide that was playing out.
Not only in the name of science, but in humanity and in all history. Today is December 7th, and I was 12 years old when the attack on Pearl Harbor came, and I remember World War II very well. And it's a very significant day today because I see an incredible parallel between what is going on in the so-called AIDS epidemic and what happened in the years preceding and resulting in World War II. The great lie of Hitler. It's amazing. I think he would envy the job being done by members of the National Institutes of Health and even the media, especially in this country. And I will put the lie to the individuals of the NIH, particularly Gallo and Fauci and Hazeltine and Essex and the rest of these scoundrels of the worst order. Criminals guilty of genocide, without a doubt. I invite them to take me to court. I wish Burroughs Wellcome would take me to court because they have been putting out a killer drug knowingly.
So that's when he brings up, he said, Fauci. But you had Dr. Robert Wilner, who was upset over you're having an epidemic, you're having an illness that is HIV, that then turns into a deficiency of the immune system, and you're treating people with something that destroys their immune system. That's why he's calling it a genocide. It's like, this is what you, in the interest of profit, this is what you did. This is how it's been. Well, it's not like a lot has changed. I mean, what was it? We all had to stand how far apart? social distancing was 6 feet. Now, what was that based off of? It wasn't based on science. In fact, when you had epidemiologists talk about, well, I mean, but stuff can still move over 6 feet. I mean, you're probably safer from 10. 10 feet should probably be it. Well, the problem is you can't get in an elevator, okay? Like, you can't live in modern society with everyone trying to be 10 feet apart. It doesn't work. You're going to keep everyone at home. But the same geniuses that came up with, well, let's call it 6 feet. And then the left builds a deity towards him, Anthony Fauci. Oh, look, he saved thousands. Yeah, by helping fund something that killed millions. This is what he was saying during the 1980s when, and this was on, I believe it was CBS is where he did this interview. And they're asking him about, by the way, when you see him, he's significantly younger. Glasses, dark hair, but it's still the same bastard of a dude. Here's what he's explaining about what we're going to see as part of the AIDS epidemic spreading amongst children.
Starting to see, as we're seeing virtually as the months go by, other groups that can be involved, and seeing it in children is really quite disturbing.
When you say other close contact, give me some examples.
Well, for example, if the close contact of a child is a household contact, perhaps there will be a certain number of cases of individuals who are just living with and in close contact with someone with AIDS or at risk of AIDS, who does not necessarily have to have intimate sexual contact or share a needle, but just the ordinary close contact that one sees in.
Oh, so just being around somebody with AIDS as a child, you could get AIDS. Right? I mean, that's what he's telling you. So is it any surprise that then we can fast forward to 2020? This is the same people that were dealing out AZT that were telling you, because fear was the weapon, that, well, if you're just close contact in a house, that child could get AIDS. We're going to see cases of this. Oh, really? Well, I mean, not with sexual contact or not with needles, but I mean, if you're just around them, you could get AIDS. No, that is not the case. But they were pushing that same fear. In the same way, what did they tell you in 2020? Well, you can't possibly send your kids to school. They might come home and give grandma. Might give her COVID. Well, first off, who lives with their grandmother? That's the first thing. The next one is, if you're telling me that there's no basis of real science here, then what are you doing? You're just creating fear. And so now let's go back to November. It was this week in 2020. The good doctor Anthony Fauci, the one who's going to save America, save everybody, director of the NIH, the highest paid government employee, who helped fund EcoHealth Alliance and then funded that lab in Wuhan that then they tried to tell you got it from eating a bat. All right, this is what this man told everyone 5 years ago this week when it came to getting together with family over Thanksgiving.
If someone in your family isn't vaccinated, should you ask them not to show up?
Yes, I would do that. I mean, I think we're dealing with a serious enough situation right now that if there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time, maybe another time when this is all over.
Check that. 4 years ago. It's 2021, November 2021, and he's telling you, well, if you're not vaccinated, you can't be around your family. You could give this to someone. Still in the history of humanity, because what they tried to tell us was, well, you could be asymptomatic. Hold on. Do you know anyone in the history of illness who's ever showed up to your office with not a symptom in the world, yet they gave you the flu? No, you worry about sick people. They're coughing, sneezing, they're throwing stuff all around. You're like, okay, that person's sick. Probably should avoid them. Healthy people don't give healthy people stuff. Not when it comes to this sort of a virus. And yet, this is what you were sold. And then they made sure, did the NIH, just as they did during the AIDS epidemic when it was AZT, they made sure to give you remdesivir, which happened to destroy your kidneys and cause renal failure. But it made them a lot of money. So just as we get through this week of Thanksgiving, like I tell you, I've got to remember like an elephant at times about this stuff. It's like, I'm not going to forgive or forget on this thing. Ever, 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 ever. In fact, it will dictate so many of my opinions that I have on dealing with the government. And I can tell you that when I play you audio from 1982 and 1984 and 2021, isn't it interesting that it's the same people that are doing the same stuff? Like, does that strike you as coincidence? No, they have a playbook for this stuff. Oh, new epidemic. How are we going to make some money? This is what we're going to go and do. Let's make sure we give people some bad drugs. That's the way it played out. That's the way it played in the 1980s, the same way it played in 2020 and beyond from that point. So, happy anniversary. Don't go around your family. By the way, Deborah Birx, the good doctor, Dr. Birx, with all of her scarves, she even November of 2020 was saying the same thing. What did she do? She flew right home to go hang out with her family over Thanksgiving. You were supposed to be afraid. You were supposed to take this stuff. You were supposed to be dealing out the fear to everybody else around you. And they were going to live high on the hog off of it. And that's what they intended to do. Happy anniversary, y'all. The amount of discussion we were even having during the break where I was like, so have you heard original antigenic sin? And Angela's like, no.
I learned so much in that break. That's amazing. The more I learn about COVID and about public health, the more I realize there is to know. And the more I realize there's bad information out there.
Well, you saw all of it play out in D.C. right in front of your face. It's like, it was wild.
Oh my gosh.
It was a wild time. All right, when we get back, so we continue the Morning Extra, Carlos Medina, Angela Morbido sitting in for Tug Coward. He'll be back next week after vacation. Donald Trump handed out some pardons and some comedy yesterday. We'll get into that next right here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. The college football playoff rankings are out once again. Just 2 more reveals to go before the playoff field is set. The top 5 remains unchanged. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia continue as the top 4 teams that are in the bye positions. Oregon jumps over Ole Miss to take over the 6th spot, with Ole Miss now ranked 7th. A weird loss for the Atlanta Hawks in NBA Cup play last night. They get blown out by the worst team in the league, the Washington Wizards, 132-113. The final. The Hawks are back in action Friday night when they host the Cleveland Cavaliers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. The big question for many of our listeners as they approach retirement is, will I be okay in retirement? Sean, how do you help someone figure out if they've saved enough to be comfortable?
Great question. There is a lot of different aspects to this, but the biggest thing is looking at risk. Look, there's a lot of different risks to your money, like market risk. There's healthcare costs, inflation, and taxes. All those need to be accounted for. Many people worry if they've saved enough. Am I going to outlive my money? Strategies to help preserve your wealth can be more important than the dollar amount that you saved. Get an analysis of your situation to help you get that clarity that you need.
Tell us about the offer you have for listeners.
If you're worried about if you'll be okay for retirement, you probably don't have a plan. You might not even know what I mean when I'm talking about, do you have a retirement plan? Well, we have a great resource for you guys. We have what's called the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit, and you can get that by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped me put this thing together just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement. It has chapters from everything from investments to Social Security, income planning, and has other guides that go along with it as well, with some checklists in regards to all those different strategies and topics as well. So if you want to get that information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer. Get your Retire Happy Framework today. Like Sean said, just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor.
At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers with my dad, Mike. Dad, why are we always talking about Christmas before Thanksgiving?
Because now is when you start thinking about those seriously special Christmas gifts. Whether it's a custom birthstone pendant or that one-of-a-kind dream engagement ring, our jewelers can make something you can't find anywhere.
From timeless pearl strands for $135 to gold and diamond hoops for $13.95, buying now gives you time for 0% APR financing or free layaway at D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
This is Window Nation, your source for affordable replacement windows at the highest quality. So if you've got old, drafty, sticking, or leaking windows, you need the experienced pros at Window Nation. You can pay a lot less and still get the premium windows you're dreaming of. Their custom windows are guaranteed to be a perfect fit, and they're backed by the best warranty in the industry. Go to getwindownation.com or call 866-90NATION for your free estimate. And for a limited time, get 50% off all window styles, plus pay no interest for 5 years.
Get a great deal on a new Subaru and give back. It's really that easy. For every new Subaru bought or leased during the Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru of Gwinnett will make a donation to national and local charities that our owners care about. The Subaru Share the Love event has supported more than 2,700 hometown charities. And by the end of our 18th year, Subaru and retailers like Subaru of Gwinnett will have donated more than $350 million to charity. It's the reason why we say Subaru of Gwinnett is more than a car dealer. We always go the extra mile for our community. And during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, you get a great vehicle and support a great cause. With every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities. Additionally, for every Subaru vehicle routine visit during the Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru of Gwinnett will donate $5 to our hometown charity. But it's only happening now through January 2nd. So hurry in to Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
You know, the funny part about that is that it actually sounded like you were part of the promo.
Oh,
I was like,
no.
I look up and I hear like, hey, how's that? Is that good? And I was like, oh, that's funny. It's just Angela Morbido speaking over the promo.
I hot mic'd myself. I'm so sorry. I hit the button too early.
It's okay, it happens.
I was giving adjustments.
No, I was looking at my computer and I went, Angela already made the promo? I was like, we're working fast around here. Again, that's Angela Morbido. You can always keep an eye on her over on Twitter, at Angela Morbido. She's a frequent guest, frequent contributor. This is the first time I've gotten to do a full show with her, so this is really cool. She normally subs in when I'm normally out. Tug normally just, brings in like his cavalcade of people. And so this is actually the first time where I told Tug, he's like, Angela's available. I was like, please let her come in. Like, please, let's get together and do a show.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to be here. And it's such an interesting time in the news media because I feel like everything is insane all the time.
I know. I think about this regularly. This is why we talk about it as, we call it the helmet. It's like every single day I put the helmet on and I'm like, oh my God, all this stuff is nuts. And then as soon as it's over with, like I take the helmet off, I put it off to the side. And then some point in the afternoon, I put it back on to be like, all right, let's check back in with nuts. I got a really good question from, it was one of our sponsors. It was at our casino night that we had last week. And he asked me, he's like, I know you did sports for a long time. What is it like doing work in politics and news talk? I said, there's never a day where there's not something to talk about. Yeah. That doesn't happen. Like on the sports end, there are days where things are slow, the team is bad, there's nothing to talk about except like hypotheticals about who should be traded or who needs to be fired. Every day, Angela, as you know, there's something crazy that you read about in the news. Something comes out of D.C. where you go, what the?
Yes. I mean, I think about a few weeks ago, Trump was on Air Force One. He's with a group of reporters, and he's going, have a safe flight. I'm saying that because I am also on this flight. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't really care. 5 years ago, that is wall-to-wall coverage of like Trump hates journalists and hopes they die in a plane crash. He would have been dragged, and now it's like he's doing Trump things, and that's hysterical.
It's Trump comedy.
Yeah.
People have gotten used to it. When I made the point about him, I said, listen, he's predominantly businessman. He's a little bit politician. And I go, and he's 10% stand-up comedian. Like that's part of what he's doing. He's entertaining, and sometimes he's infotaining. Like, we'll give you an example. So this was yesterday, and thank you, Angela, for bringing this to the show. So Trump decides for the yearly pardoning of turkeys, he said, I mean, this is how you don't see a joke coming. As any good comedian who does stand up, it's like he's taking you on a trip. He's hypnotizing you. You're following along, and then he hits you with the comedy you didn't see coming.
2 handsome Thanksgiving turkeys, and this is their lucky day. This is a lucky day for them. But before going any further, I want to make an important announcement because you remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House Counsel's Office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid. As are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but that's, now we're going to take a little of the joking. That is a mess. But they're hereby null and void. The turkeys known as Peach and Blossom last year have been located, and they were on their way to be processed. In other words, to be killed. But I have stopped that journey, and I am officially pardoning them. And they will not be served for Thanksgiving dinner.
That man took a Turkey Day pardon and turned it into a joke about Joe Biden, his auto pen, and the 8,000 pardons they handed out.
No one else has the range. You're only getting that from Trump.
That's this for the people that hate him. And there are people in this audience like, I hate Donald Trump. Okay, good. Just know that this is once in a lifetime sort of stuff. Like, you're not going to get this ever again. And you might be thinking like, oh, fine, good, I'm glad. I don't know. Maybe this changes a little bit about how politics is handled at the top, where there is a little bit of fun. I think J.D. Vance, when it comes to all the memes and everything else, has kind of played into this of you can make fun of yourself and have fun with this office, and the public will like you better for it.
And the left has no concept of like being in on the joke or laughing at yourself, so they don't know what to do with it. I loved actually Don Jr., the president's son, had a great post on X yesterday saying, I'm just waiting for a federal judge to overturn my father's turkey pardons.
That's funny.
Gonna mandate that we serve these birds for dinner.
And the left hates that. Because for the longest time, you had, and this was the old crusty Republican Party. I talk about the new right. Like, Angela is the new right. I am the new right. This is a group of people that we know how to meme. We know how to joke around with stuff. We know how to take ourselves not seriously at all. Whereas the old crotchety Republicans, they're the ones that the media would punch them in the chin every day and they'd be like, please stop. Will you please like me? It's like they didn't know how to fight back. They didn't know how to handle any of this stuff. Now you have people like J.D. Vance who decides, you know what I'm going to do because it bothers them? I'm going to dress up as the meme of me for Halloween. And I'm going to spin around in my Halloween costume and do all the things that are part of that meme. And the left is like, no, you don't get it. We're doing that to make fun of you. He's like, yeah, and it doesn't bother me.
Right. He's like, I literally don't care at all. And my kids think it's hysterical.
I mean, God rest his soul. Charlie Kirk, the dude played right in to South Park. He was like, you did what I did. You used Eric Cartman to simulate what I do. And he used the image of Eric Cartman and posted it on his X account because he thought it was that funny. And the left, you don't get it. We're making fun of you. He's like, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
That bothered them.
Yeah, normal Americans can laugh at themselves. It's only the left that has just decided, no more fun. No more fun if it's at our expense, at least.
Right. I don't know, and I don't know if you've detected it as well. There has been a cultural shift that has occurred. And I will flat out tell you, for the longest time, I've always looked at it as, I'm not the cool kid in the class. I'm the analytical one who looks at things, who doesn't get worked up. I look at things in a very cold, conservative manner, and this is how it is. And what has changed under Donald Trump and in recent years, we are suddenly the cool kids. Like the culture of what is fun is being driven by us. It's no longer being driven by, as you pointed out, the woke left. That what is woke is now, oh my God, these people, they can't have any fun.
Right. Trump shows up and says, I will not play by your rules. I will not play your rigged game. And that kind of gave everybody else social permission to do the same and say, yeah, I'm going to do this my way. Your way's awful.
It's so much fun now. I'm telling you, getting up and doing this show every single morning, the stuff that I have said and told people when they're like, well, how did you address that? Like, for instance, what I always joke around about, it's like, why was Pete Buttigieg not selected to be the vice presidential running mate? I was like, because Pete's too gay. Now, when you say that, everyone like in Washington's like, you can't say that. I'm like, well, Kamala Harris told us all. I don't have enough time to explain to the world who he is.
Right.
Well, why explain it that way? Why not just say he's too gay? It's the same joke. It's
They're
the same
playing
answer.
Identity politics, and they get mad when we name it.
And you just named it. That's all you're doing. You're naming what they do. All right, when we get back on the Morning Extra, the small things you're thankful for, and a sports question for Angela Morbido. It's coming up next right here on the Morning Extra.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Many times in the past, I would go on the air and I would tell my listeners to stop obsessing over the cost for a vacation trip because of rising gasoline prices. Give me a break. So now I have actually used artificial intelligence, AI, to solve a problem for me. And here we go. A round trip from Atlanta to Disney World and back to Atlanta would be about 880 miles. So I asked AI to calculate the increased cost for that trip in the average American car if the price of gas went up by 36 cents per gallon. Now, bear in mind, if there had been such an increase in the price of gas, we would be bombarded with stories about how much more this expensive vacation would be. Families are having to curtail their holiday expectations because they just can't afford to make the trip with the rise in the gas prices. Oh, the humanity. So what is the answer? That trip would cost you $12.60 more due to the 36 cents a gallon price increase. $12.60. You can't get 2 Happy Meals for that. So calm down, folks. Quit all the damn whining. It's not that terrible out there. If you can't afford that $12.60, take the bus. You can't afford Disney World anyway. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. A lot of us have picked up bad financial habits we tend to normalize that will ultimately cost us in the long run. One bad practice is overspending. It's very easy to do because there's lots of temptations, especially with so many purchases available at a click of a button. But you need to be disciplined, and one option that will help you not overspend is using a free service like Capital One Shopping, formerly known as WikiBuy, that automatically lets you apply coupon codes for free. The service lets you search for online offering coupons, better prices, and rewards at over 30,000 online retailers. But there are some downsides, like it tracks your personal data, coupon codes don't always apply, and not all stores are available. What it does do is check other websites to see if your item is available for cheaper. Plus, you can get coupon codes, set up price drop alerts, and even see if the item's price history. So Capital One Shopping is just one of the many online services helping to keep your budget in check. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
An anonymous donor who helped out a World War II veteran in Canada makes today's Dean's List. Bill Shea is a 100-year-old World War II veteran from Harrow, Ontario, and was recently celebrated with cheers and smiles by Legion members as Mr. Shea's ambulance pulled up to Harrow Legion Branch 338. A few weeks prior, Mr. Shea's family were worried about his health after he got sick and was hospitalized for pneumonia and kidney issues. His specialized care required a medical flight that cost close to $60,000 and unfortunately was not covered by the VA. After seeing the story on the news, an anonymous donor paid the bill for the entire flight. After recovering in hospital for a month, Mr. Shea, who is one of the area's last World War II veterans, had a hero's welcome. Branch 338 president said in a statement, "To the person who donated the money, you're an angel." Janice Dean, Fox News.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
The big day before Thanksgiving travel rush is on. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and so far there are only about 600 flight delays, just 25 cancellations.
Right now, things are moving smoothly, but we're keeping a nervous eye on the weather.
Fox's Jonathan Seri at Atlanta's airport the day after storms rolled through there,
forcing the temporary evacuation of the control tower. Another air traffic control site took over until staff were able to return about 10 minutes later. Now, as we speak, we're also keeping a nervous eye on the weather in the upper Midwest, where they have blizzard warnings issued. Snow expected to begin today and last through Black Friday.
Now, that's in Wisconsin and northern Michigan. There's also wintry weather now or in the forecast in parts of Minnesota, Ohio, and western New York, making driving difficult. And that's how most of the over 81 million Americans will go in what AAA predicts will be record Thanksgiving travel. A disaster in Hong Kong has gotten worse. It's now 13 people dead in a massive fire still burning through several high-rise apartment buildings. Others feared trapped. More than 700 people have been evacuated. President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff will go to Russia again next week, pushing a peace plan Ukraine's agreed to the core terms of after the president says they fine-tuned it.
You know what the deadline for me is? When it's over. And I think everybody's tired of fighting at this moment. They're losing too many people.
Israel's turned over 15 more Palestinian bodies the day after Hamas handed over a 26th dead hostage, Dror Or, whose body was held in Gaza after being killed during the October 2023 terror attack that triggered the war and ended by a ceasefire agreement. Hamas still has to return 2 more bodies to fully comply. Israel's gone on the attack in the West Bank.
It's being described as a wide-scale counter-terror operation in the northern West Bank. The raid involved the Israeli military and the country's Shin Bet security agency and targeted several Palestinian towns and villages.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-926-0155. 800-926-0155.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Welcome back. We've now reached the Bon Jovi portion of the show. We're halfway there, but we're not living on a prayer. We're doing well. 2 hours remaining in the show. Hope you're enjoying it. It's a Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3. Carlos Medina at Front Office Los or Friendly Los or anything along those lines. Also, Angela Morabito, who's joining us today. She'll be in. This is now the remainder of the week because this is her one show of the week. And then the whole family's back on Monday. Also have good, strong Aaron, who's just taking care of everything behind the scenes. And he's pitching a shutout right now. I'm just letting you know. Like, Aaron's been on like a shutout streak. This is like 3 straight of where he's like, you can't touch me. Like, I'm dominating the show.
Please don't jinx me.
But that's the problem. Like I said, I went into the last one, and we had management. They're like, how's Aaron doing? I was like, Aaron's doing outstanding. I was like, this is great. And then I jinxed him with the last 2 hours. So,
Well,
I don't believe in jinxes.
When you look through the window and this whole room is on fire.
That's when we know.
It looks like a spaceship in there. Like, you have so many screens and buttons and stuff. I would not know how to do any of it. It's amazing.
This is what you need to know. Aaron Canada is the most important person in these 2 rooms, and here's why. Aaron is the only person who has to sign a legal document to start the show that he's going to faithfully execute what the show is.
Really?
So whenever you run technical operations, you have a document that basically has, here's our entire schedule, here's our spots, there's the legal document.
Sure enough.
That has to be available so that we fulfill our obligations to our clients and that we legally do what we say we're going to do. So Aaron is the only person who has to sign his name to a legal document and say, this is what we executed, this is the time that we executed it. And so that's why when I say he's the most important person, because if something goes wrong, Aaron has to be the one to say on the legal document, hey, we couldn't do this or this happened or had an emergency situation. Whenever you hear the beeping and then you'll hear emergency broadcast system and it's only a test, he's got to notate all of that stuff. And if the FCC was to ever walk in here, they're not going to talk to me or you. They're going to talk to Aaron. So like I said, Aaron is the one who has the responsibility in this thing.
That is serious stuff. That's like a flight manifest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to go back to jail.
Exactly.
Oh, we can't be having that.
Listen, he can't do any more years in prison.
Yeah, no more.
The last stint was tough. I mean, listen, he didn't want to be in the Aryan Brotherhood, but that's what you do to survive. I mean, let's face it. Have you ever thought about, like, did you ever see Orange is the New Black or any of those prison shows, like women's prisons?
I had a roommate who was super into it, and I was like, yeah, prison, not for me.
I'd wonder how I would survive. First off, I wouldn't. I would be like Andy Dufresne in Shawshank. I was like, I'm just trying to find a old friendly black man to befriend me, and let's hang out, and I'll make chess pieces. But you hear about these people that end up in prison. I was hearing about a guy who formerly worked with the CIA, and he talked about the 2 years he got sent to prison by the Biden administration, and it was because years before he's the one that reported, hey, at these CIA black sites, I think we're torturing people.
Whoa.
So by the time that it went down the road, the intelligence officials looked at him and were like, we're going to get this guy down the road. Like, we'll find a way. And so he did 2 years. Thought he was going to a country club. No, they sent him to like a real legitimate prison. He's like, pretty much you had to decide which gang you're going to be around. It's like, you can't really not decide.
You can't just be a free agent.
No, exactly.
You got to pick one.
I'm on the outside looking in here. In fact, he said that one of the things that jumped out to him, I'll see if I can find the guy's name, but that when he was around the Aryans, that the Italians were the ones that came up to him and were like, listen, they're all idiots. Come hang with us. But he wasn't mafia or anything else.
Okay.
But he was like, well, the Italians took me in. He's like, and they actually kind of had like a little code of honor amongst them. He's like, the rest of the groups don't.
Wow.
So,
I mean, if you got to pick one, you pick the one with the honor code.
So that is what Aaron was dealing with.
I look Italian.
Yes. He found a very friendly Paul Sorvino looking man who took him in and showed him the ropes and took care of him. They would make dinner every single night. That's how Aaron survived his run in prison. All right. I want to bring this up with you before we jump into small things that we're thankful for. And again, if there's something that's small that you want to join us, at Front Office Los, at Angela Morabito, or you can give us a call, 741-1230. Because, and I'll curb the sports thing for a moment because I do want to bring this up. So my wife had like a back injury back in April.
Oh, no.
And it was like debilitating. Like she had like 3 or 4 months where it was just brutal. And we had 2 options. Like she can go to the doctor and she could do surgery, which as a woman of her age, she's like, I don't want to suddenly age 20 years like that. Like that's she couldn't walk upright at one point.
Oh.
Like she had trouble getting out of bed. Everything was painful. So what we did is we decided to do an alternative, and so she went to physical therapy, and she did it for the better part of about 3.5 months.
Wow.
Now at that time it was like 3 times a week, and it was brutal. Like it was really brutal. And so if you ask like little things you're thankful for, I'm thankful that my wife can stand up. I'm thankful that she's able to like walk around and function as a normal human now, because back in April and May, that was not the case.
I'm so glad she's doing better.
It's crazy.
Okay, so I was thinking like way small things you're thankful for.
Oh, I'm
like,
thankful for mushrooms.
Why mushrooms?
Because I put mushrooms on everything. There's mushrooms in this burrito. I put mushrooms on pizza. I put mushrooms in pasta. If there's something small that I love, especially if I put it on the grill and put it in like a thing of tin foil for about 20 minutes and then sit there and enjoy, it's mushrooms. Mushrooms are like the greatest thing that you put mushrooms in your breakfast. You can put it in your lunch and your dinner. Mushrooms are great.
I would say it's a versatile vegetable, but it's not even a vegetable, is it?
No, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
It's a little miracle.
I'm thankful for stretchy clothes if we're going on the food theme here. So
I get you.
Midway through pregnancy, and I start off in the morning looking like almost normal-ish. I got a little bit of a bump. I end the day feeling like the Goodyear blimp. And
well, you do have pregnancy glow though going.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, you do have that going. I didn't tell you the minute you walked in. I was like, "There's a happy pregnant lady."
Thank you. It is a really happy time, and it is happier because I have stretchy clothes. That is something I'm so thankful for.
Can I ask you? Do you have a Charles Barkley?
What is a Charles Barkley? Like the guy?
So we used to have a giant pillow. And that's what my wife would sleep on for both kids. It was a full body pillow. And it was so long and so big and that she could curl around it, kind of move her belly, all that sort of stuff. We just started calling it Charles Barkley because we both love Charles Barkley. He cracks us up. He's like the best person in sports media. He's hilarious. He's giving. And so we were like, all good things, Charles Barkley. So we started calling the pillow Charles Barkley.
I love that.
So do you have one of those pillows yet? Are you at that point, or do you even need any of that?
So I do not have a Charles Barkley yet, but I do have a smaller pregnancy pillow.
Okay.
Which is very helpful because in my sleep, I tend to rotate like a rotisserie chicken constantly, and they don't want you to sleep on your back. So having something that keeps me on my side has been pretty clutch.
That's what Charles Barkley would do.
Okay.
My wife would tuck Charles in a certain way, and so it would isolate her. And then, like if I was to text her, what's a Charles Barkley?
Okay.
She would end back sending a pillow. And then I could send her an eggplant after that. Because we're just talking about sending emojis back and forth. You ever sent that to anybody? You ever send an eggplant to your husband?
I go for like the underloved emojis, like the dragon mask, or like the symbols that I think are Korean, but now I realize I don't know what they are. Of like, what even is that? I don't know. This emoji gets no love. If you need to say hey to someone, send them the weirdest emoji you can find.
I only send really 2. Eggplant, black thumb. That's about it.
That covers everything you need to say.
That covers everything. Now, when it comes to X, all right, there's a whole lot of stuff that I'll use there. Like, there was a moment my wife had posted of her getting a beer with her mom yesterday. And all I could put on was a cat saying WTF. Like I thought you were at practice. I thought you were taking my daughter to volleyball practice. Like, y'all are out getting a beer? Like, WTF. All right. I will use a lot more emojis in the rest of social media. I don't really send a whole lot when it comes to the phone. The fact that I sent one to you is like a very big compliment.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm honored.
I was like, this is what I'm going to send over to Angela. So I'm thankful that you were honored by that. But yeah, there's little things outside of mushrooms or pregnancy pillows or stretchy clothes, which I think is legit. Oh, yeah. And in fact, if we were talking about little things, I am very happy that we've had, not that this has been warm, but it's been kind of the tweener weather, because I've put shorts back on. I was wearing pants up to work for about 3 weeks. And then what would happen, because just this chair in the studio, like every day I'm like, why are my legs sweaty? Like, this is kind of gross. I am thankful for this week. It's been warm enough where I've got the shorts back on. Now Now I do look like the perfect like older gym dad. It's like, here's the pullover with the shorts. Like, dude, like pick one or the other. No, I'm a tweener. So that's another little thing that this week I've been very happy about.
There you go. I challenged my family on this. I was like, give me the dumbest, most minor thing you were thankful for, but it kind of makes your day. And my brother said a well-executed zipper merge. Because a zipper merge is a group project, and like any group project, it takes one person to mess the whole thing up. So when everybody's like on the same page, we're all working together, a good zipper merge, you're like, oh, I can breathe easy. Yes.
I'm asking right now. I'm texting my wife. I said, can you tell me what a Charles Barkley pillow is? Oh, by the way, I just got a note from one of our good, strong listeners, Austin. He says, I've been rocking the hoodie and shorts all week, too. See? Austin, thankful for that as well.
I love it.
The hoodie and the shorts.
You know, in girl world, there's a name for that outfit, but it's got to be specific shorts. It's like bike shorts and just a big oversized sweatshirt.
So is there a name?
There's a name for that. That is the Princess Diana outfit. Because there are famous pictures of her leaving the gym in bike shorts and a big sweatshirt.
So if I ask my wife this, do you think she would know that? Is this new? Because I'll just say this. When I say girl dinner around like my mom, that makes no sense to her.
Okay.
I say girl dinner around my daughters, they start laughing because they start thinking about like the most crazy things that girls can eat. You know, like for instance, that whole trend that was out there for the longest time on Instagram where it'd be like pickles and potato chips and girls would be like, girl dinner.
I've hit new levels of girl dinner when I'm like, what do I want to eat? 3 cheese sticks and a bottle of electrolytes. Girl dinner. I'm so happy.
Have you gotten into that mode now so for us, my wife had, I don't know if it was the body that told her like you need sodium. We had like every pickle you could possibly imagine in the fridge. She just ate pickles the whole time.
Pickle phase was serious, but it left me as soon as it hit me. I had a solid month of all I want is a pickle.
Needed sodium.
And now I'm just like, pickle. Love it or leave it. I'm at least normal about it now.
One of the other ones we had that was strange. So I like to grill a lot, even though at the time we weren't vegan. That started 5 years ago.
Okay.
But at the time, I was still grilling a lot. And I would grill a lot of steaks. I would do a lot of ribs. That was regular. Like every single weekend, I'm on the grill. When my wife was pregnant, she couldn't eat it unless it was cold. Meat. Really? Unless it was cold. We had to put it in the refrigerator and let it sit in there for like an hour or so. Then she could consume it because for some reason, when she would bite into it, it would just bring on that nausea like right away.
Oh no. So was it a texture thing?
I'm not sure. And it came just like your sodium and your pickle saying, it came and it went and it was gone.
Huh.
We had no idea. Like to this day, she still likes her pizza cold.
Okay.
But if she was ever eating anything else, she would I could never tell her like, here, look, I made you a brat. She'd be like, put it in the freezer for 20 minutes. She'd be like, no. But that was what was going on. I was sticking stuff in the freezer for it to get cold so then she could eat it.
It's amazing.
Women are weird, man.
And once you find like the one food that kills the nausea, that's like the best food ever. And it's all you eat. I was plowing cashews like it was my job. Because if I started the day with like a few handfuls of cashews, it was, I feel like a human, I can function. Do I really love cashews? No. When I'm done with this, I'm probably never going to eat a cashew again.
So it was like a magic pill for you.
It really was.
Because I don't remember my wife, if I remember correctly, like she would have morning sickness in that she felt bad or she had nausea, but she would not throw up.
Okay.
So it's like she carried it with her through the day then for like the first few hours until it would kind of wane. By the way, she texts me back and says, when I told her, like, can you tell me what a Charles Barkley is? She says, it's a pregnancy pillow.
Incredible.
See?
I feel like we have to get this story to the Charles Barkley.
Let him know that there was a giant pillow that existed in our bedroom 15 years ago and 12 years ago, and it's still known as the Charles Barkley.
If you still have it, I think he needs to sign it.
I think we ended up donating it. There was a lot of that stuff that, other pregnant women, so you're like, here, this will help you. We went through that phase. So, like, because my wife and I were 28 at the time, 28, 29 when we had our first one. And so then all the rest of our friends seemed like it was all on a line. There was the Burleys that were first, then there was us, and then everybody else was after that. And so all of the stuff we had kind of rolled downhill. And then when we had, at one point my wife was traveling a lot, we needed to have a nanny for a year because I was working afternoon drive. So there was no such thing as I can make it over to pick up my kid at 6 o'clock.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
working until 7 every single night. And she was traveling a ton. And so at that point, we had a nanny that would help us out like 3 times a week. And then she got married. And then she now has a little girl who's about 8 years old. And everything rolled down to her. So it's like every little thing that we had that was extra that could be possibly helpful, we're like, give it to her.
So sweet of you guys to do. And I can say that from experience because some dear friends of mine gave us our pregnancy pillow and so much stuff that they were like, you might not know what this is right now, but you're going to need it.
You will love this.
So kind of them. And with the pregnancy pillow, Kim and Abe, if you're listening, we love y'all so much. She goes, I'm either going to give this to another mom who needs it or I'm going to light it on fire in my backyard because I never want to deal with this again. And I was like, girl, respect. It's currently a lifesaver for me. So I am so grateful.
My wife to this day, because we have friends of ours that'll joke around, you know, like when Tug and his wife go on a trip, I'm like, oh, baby making a treat?
Oh.
And so it's always a joke. So our friends will be like, oh, well, that's interesting. That's what you're going to go do, huh? Like you're going to make some babies? And my wife always says the same thing. The factory is closed. In fact, after the second one, she was like, we are done. You need to go see a doctor. You need to go get that evil thing taken care of. And so because I work in radio and I told that joke about what she said, then one of the sales guys was like, well, let me call some places up and we'll make this thing happen. It became a campaign on the radio of me getting fixed. And let me be very honest about this. I'm not like Aaron. I have not been to prison. There is not anything about me that's dangerous. Like, yeah, I like to boxing train, but I don't want to hit anybody. And yeah, there's stuff I like as far as like swinging a golf club and stuff like that, but I'm not a violent person. At least I don't believe I'm very violent. There is nothing that makes me dangerous outside the fact that I can get you pregnant. And that went away. So now there's no danger to me. I'm just, what do you have to fear from me? You know?
The medical questions people will ask about pregnancy or about anything is fascinating. Like, somebody will be like, oh, so like, where's your placenta? And half the time I'm like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to keep track?
It's somewhere here.
Like,
It's
ask
here.
my doctor. Yeah, but the stuff people ask. And, you know, that's another small thing to be thankful for is I flew in last night from Florida and I'm now being visibly pregnant. People were so kind about it. I got off the plane and the gate agent is, you know, directing people to baggage claim and saying, here are your flight transfers. And she just looks at me and goes, congratulations. And it just warmed my heart.
This reminds me of a story because my mother-in-law's in town and you just told a very nice pregnancy story. So my mother-in-law oftentimes says the wrong things at the wrong time. And sometimes you can associate it to wine. Other times you cannot. So this was at the time, my oldest daughter was probably like 3 months old. And we went out to this Italian restaurant over near Avenues of Forsyth, Collection at Forsyth now. And so we're over there in good old Forsyth County. We're in our little coming eatery place, and we're having a very nice evening. And right next to us is two other couples, and clearly both women are pregnant.
Okay.
Well, so we all do our drinking, hanging out, having a good time. My mother-in-law is probably finishing off like her third glass of wine, and she's decided as a woman who has had 3 kids that she just wants to comment, say something to these nice ladies. And she gets up and she says, y'all both look great. How far along are you all? And one of the women's like, oh, I'm at 8 months. And the other one's like, oh, I'm at like 6.5. And she looks at the one who's 6.5. She goes, well, that's interesting. You're a lot bigger than she is.
Oh, no.
We got outside and I went, Janice, you can't say that stuff to people. And she goes, what? I was huge. Nobody knows how you were at the time 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And yet that's what she said. Like, I could imagine like that is still a story that both those women know of. Like, who was that crazy grand lady who said that you look huge in comparison to the girl next to you who's 2 months further along? That's my mother-in-law. So when you're doing your thing, you know, with your in-laws, and you're like, okay, here's what just know. My mother-in-law is going to say something weird in the next 48 hours. And I don't know where it's going to happen, and I don't know who it's to. But she's going to say something in the next 48, 72 hours that I'm either going to have to apologize for, or I'm going to be like ducking my head, can't wait to get out of the bar, the restaurant, or the store.
Oh, no.
Just so everybody knows.
You got to report back on Monday. I want to hear.
I will see what she's got. She's going to do something along those lines. All right, when we get back, I've been promising to get in to this education and sports story question that I have for Angela Morabito. It's right in her wheelhouse. I need her to give me some answers on this stuff. We'll get into that next right here on the Morning Extra, right here on Extra 106.3.
On Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Good morning. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta, or go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. And what I would highly suggest to anyone, do not try and steal a gun from True Prep. If you didn't see the viral video, and if Angela hasn't, I'll show it to her during the break. Yeah, somebody tried to pull that off last week. That was a bad idea. You know why, Angela? Because everyone at True Prep is always ready.
That's good.
You know why? They stay ready. They don't have to get ready. They stay ready. And whatever your ready is, they can help you out with that. Maybe it's home defense. Maybe it's personal defense. They have right now the Glock 19 Gen 4 and the Glock 19X both in stock. You can check them out in their sales area. They've got them there available for you. Treat yourself. Be thankful for some of your ability to be able to go in that store and make something happen. Also, when it comes to your camping gear, they've got that as well. When it comes to emergency food, they have that plenty in stock. So whatever your ready is, that's what they're able to help you out with. Again, go to 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta or go to True Prep. That's truprep.com. truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Mike Patton, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and LaGrange just dropped their biggest Ram truck offer of the year. Right now, get 0% interest for 72 months on most models. That's 6 years of zero interest on the Ram truck you have wanted. And to make upgrading even easier, Mike Patton will make your first payment on any new or pre-owned vehicle. This year-end event is moving trucks fast. See inventory now at MikePattonAuto.com. Then get to LaGrange while you still can. Drive a little, save a lot with Mike Patton. MikePattonAuto.com.
On select in-stock models may not combine with all incentives. Contact dealer for details.
Ho, ho, holy cow. Family and friends are coming for the holidays, and you need some projects done around the house before they arrive. Relax. We've got you covered. Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia from the Trusted Toolbox. With our handyman for a day deal, we can knock out all those projects you've been putting off for months. From plumbing issues and painting to flooring, fencing, trim work, and much, much more. So get your home ready for the holidays and call us at 770-623-3097, or you can always book it online at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. A Georgia park is one of the most snake-infested state parks in the nation. That's according to World Atlas, which named Skidaway Island State Park as one of 7 with the most snakes. The park is south of Savannah. The park's mix of maritime forest, salt flats, and freshwater sloughs beckons numerous snake species adapted to both land and water, the website said. Besides snakes, the visitors can also see deer, fiddler crabs, raccoon, egrets, and other wildlife. And how you pay to recycle items is changing for people who live in Rockdale County. The county says the recycling center fee is transitioning to an annual hang tag system. This means visitors will pay annually for a hang tag to display in order to enter the county recycling center. The price is $150 per year for county residents and $100 for citizens age 60 and older. The mandatory change goes into effect on February 1st, 2026. And those are your Georgia headlines. I'm Aaron Canada.
Welcome back. This is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 1063. Carlos Medina and Angela Morabito, along with Aaron, who's twisting and tweaking and giving you all of the newest headlines. We're taking you until 10 o'clock. No Tug. Tug is on vacation. In fact, I was actually very surprised. I've been looking around the sales floor, and let's see. All right, owner not here. That's fine. That's typical. General sales manager not here. All right. HR not here. Okay. And I would say 3/4 of the sales staff. Good. This is the plan. Hopefully you have made it to your destination. Yesterday was the biggest travel day that we deal with during Thanksgiving. And so hopefully all of you are where you need to be. If you're not, if you're hosting, if you're staying local, thanks for checking out the show. That's very cool of you. But then the whole, what is it that we always get it from Tug, the Hee Haw gang, we'll be getting back together on Monday. Now, there is also the other challenge. I'm trying to figure out. I'm asking my wife, what is the plan for today? Because I know what the plan is for tomorrow. We're going to have a bunch of family. We're going to all get together. We're going to, have our Thanksgiving turkey, and we're going to watch the Detroit Lions game and then the Cowboy game, and then the evening game. That's pretty typical. I don't know what we're doing today. I know we're supposed to have a happy hour with some of her cousins and some people that are going to come over to the house. But what are we doing with the remainder of today? And so I keep asking her because my father-in-law keeps talking about, well, why don't we go to Nofo Brewing? Him and my brother-in-law love craft beer. Like, that is their jam. That is what motivates them to get up and do everything. Like, we went to Crooked Culture in Cumming City Center last night, and they loved it. So now the bar is set pretty high. I was like, Crooked Culture, really solid. All right, next one, Nofo. So maybe we can get that out there this afternoon. It is dog friendly. I might try and take the dog out to Nofo and see how the parents and everybody else likes it. So we'll see how that exactly all ends up playing out. As I was saying, that I'm joined by Angela Morabito today. And so I have a sports and education question for you.
I'm ready.
Because of your level of expertise and your background and how much work you do in the field. I wanted to ask you if you've seen this or if you've gotten complaints or noticed this from other parents.
Okay.
So this story I was just reading about, because I don't pay attention to cross country. I think cross country runners are just badasses. Like, the fact that you're like, I'm going to go run through all this stuff and train, I think that's cool.
That's a serious sport. I don't know how they do it.
I'm not big into, I remember when I got picked to be like, hey, you're going to be our mile runner when I ran track, I was like, well, this is stupid.
You're like, why am I running in circles?
And I realized the only reason they picked me is like, listen, he won't quit. Like, he's just too dumb to quit. He'll just keep going. And so I was good as a runner in that way. And then when I got into college and was playing baseball, when our coach would say, 45 minutes, go. Like, okay, we're going to run for about 4 or 5 miles. And I would just put my headphones in and I just turn my brain off. So it was useful. But the cross-country runner's a different level. Like, I have a lot of respect for them, but I don't follow them. So here's the deal. Oklahoma State University won the national championship in cross-country. All right, so that's not a huge deal, right? What's the big deal? Here's the problem. So Oklahoma State had their top 4 finishers. 2 are from Kenya, 1 from Morocco, 1 from Ethiopia. When you look at, like, for instance, BYU was sitting back going like, come on. Like, they're using professionals.
Yeah.
And as it states, there are so many universities now that are paying search firms to go find professionals from around the world, bring them in as college students, and now you're going to go win these competitions. And I was thinking about this last night. So I watched the Auburn-Michigan game for basketball.
Okay.
And they were talking about this really talented Auburn freshman. And I'm watching him play, this Philippe Jovic. I was like, he's a pretty good player. I look at him, I'm like, he ain't 18. He's not.
Okay.
And he's like 2021 already, freshman at Auburn.
Interesting.
Turns out he's been playing professionally overseas since he was like 14. And so I guess my question to you is that in the era of NIL and education, when there are parents that are like, hey, I got a regular kid, He's 18 years old. He'd like to go play tennis here. Instead, now you have universities that are paying thousands of dollars to go say, well, this other kid over here is 22 years old, 24 years old. They've already been playing pro. We're going to bring him in and make him a freshman. How's that for crazy?
That is so crazy. And I can honestly say I had no idea it was happening.
This is new to me. I've only seen little bits of this in basketball and then in some golf, some tennis. And it doesn't happen in football because American football is American football.
Sure.
But apparently this is now becoming a big deal to go get like volleyball players, international volleyball players, and have them be freshmen at your university.
That is wild to me, and it shows me how the split between athletics and academics is just getting wider. And I hate that. Like, a true student athlete should be somebody who gets into their school on their academic merit and makes the team on their athletic merit.
Agreed.
We haven't had that in a long time. I mean, I can remember being in college and working on a project with somebody who just wouldn't answer emails. And I'm kind of like, what's the deal? I realized I don't think he could read.
Oh, no.
And it broke my heart when I realized, because here I am, a jerk, like, well, why won't this guy respond? Why won't this guy do anything? I think he wanted to do a great job, and he had no idea how.
So we have had this discussed quite a bit. And I know, like, we can even bring it up because we were going to do it next segment. Let's just jump into it now because it really makes sense. The whole UC San Diego. So when Tug's son went over to College of Charleston, because they were COVID-era kids and they had missed a portion of schooling, they were having to do remedial math, basically the end of high school level math that was not for college credit for most of their incoming freshmen, because most of them were not equipped to be able to handle college math moving forward. Like, that was regular because of that missed time, but it seems like it's more epidemic-oriented now, that there are so many kids that are getting through the education process and, hey, you want to be a student athlete? Well, listen, you got the skill, but you can't read and you can't pass courses at this level.
We're becoming a remedial country, and the report out of UC San Diego is one of these rare moments of transparency in higher ed that's so important. I think every college should have to publish a report like this. They're all taxpayer-supported institutions, and as taxpayers, we should know what we're supporting. Here's the real nugget from that report, is it's all these math professors figured out, well, we teach remedial classes. We're having a lot more people in our remedial classes. What are we remediating? We're trying to help somebody who missed a chunk of high school for COVID, or who maybe didn't do great with geometry, or maybe needs a little help in algebra. That's what remediation is supposed to be for. It's you fill in the gaps. They went, these kids can't do middle school math. And they printed the math problems, and they tell you how many people can and can't do them. They bribed them with donuts, which I think is a morally completely fine academic practice. I am all for the donut bribery, because that's how you get these kids to participate.
If you get them fired up, I don't care how you do it.
Totally. Well, donuts.
If it's a donut, okay, great.
And now there are two versions of remedial math at UCSD. There's one that's, hey, we need to help you out with some things you missed in high school. There's another that's like, basically, we have to replace your K through 12 math education because you didn't really get one.
We're basically doing a version of 13th grade to cover what happened from 6 to 12.
Yes, and they looked at these kids' GPAs as they got in. These kids were not slackers, if you believe their high schools. High school said you were A students, B students. These weren't kids who were failing their math classes. And that's the problem. They were socially promoted the whole way through when they didn't really have the skills. So I will be the first to tell you the SAT and ACT are imperfect. I don't know if there is a perfect measure of human knowledge and skill. I don't think there might be one out there. But it's pretty good, and it's a lot better than a grade than somebody just gives you to move you along to the next class.
So we've seen this academically and athletically with some of our friends that have older children.
Okay.
Where, for instance, one of them, they're looking to go to a service academy.
Amazing.
They're in for all intents and purposes.
Okay.
But they basically tell them, here's the number you have to hit on the ACT. And if you do not hit this number, we cannot let you in here. Well, this person has always been a good student all the way along the lines, but as a test taker, this is a problem. Well, I get it. That is supposed to be there so that when a service academy gets a kid on campus, it isn't one of those problems where they can't handle it academically at all. Because when you look at the investment from the federal government, You bring a kid into, let's say, Annapolis. All right, it's almost $100 and something thousand a year in education expense, all the stuff that's going in. So you show up and you're one of those 13th grade math students where you don't know anything from 6 to 12. We got a real problem. And the country is investing a whole ton of money into you. Mm-hmm. So I get why they're so much more stringent. But you also hear those stories about there are some children that have moved along and they can barely write. Like that's a problem in terms of they get to the university level and now they're in a 101 English class and sentence structure, punctuation, things like that have just been ignored. Or, okay, we just moved them along. You know, they can put words on a page, or you know what, they'll be able to type in a word processor and it'll take care of it for them.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, it'll just take care of it for them. Well, that is now causing an issue there.
Yeah, we have dumbed down everything. And it starts with the teacher unions, because anytime a teacher, at least a union teacher, is held accountable for student outcomes or results, the unions flip out. I think great teachers should be rewarded for being great teachers.
I had a friend of mine that I grew up with. She went into the field, and I can't tell you how quickly she darted over to private school.
Wow.
Because she looked at it as, first off, I don't want to deal with any of the union stuff.
Sure.
And merit for how well my students are doing and how well the classes are performing, she thought it should be rewarded. So she wanted that challenge. She's like, I want to have my students be the best students that come out of this class and the best group that is in this school. But that's not always going to be the case. I know other teachers that are very big on, I want to make sure all of my kids are excelling and I care about them. This is what I want to do. I just think that when you start implementing unions and the union backing, that's when you start getting the lower outcomes, because it's always somebody else's fault, or you cannot come down on me for this. It's like the accountability goes out the window.
Yep. And in states that still have graduation tests, which are now few and far between, unions are actively fighting against them and saying, well, you can't really measure. Well, there might not be a perfect measure, but you can absolutely measure if someone can read, write, and do math.
I would ask the question, in Chicago, why do you have, what is it, like 80% of the students that are not on level when it comes to math and reading? Like 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10. You have the same stuff that goes on in like Baltimore school districts. Yep. And you can always say, well, it's socioeconomic. At a certain point, it is your unions that are playing a role in this.
Yes.
Because there are plenty of other communities that don't have money either, yet they're graduating their kids that are capable.
It's doable. Every kid can learn.
All right, when we get back, thank you for this one particular senator. He always delivers each and every week. We'll get into that next on the Morning Xtra right here on Xtra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. The college football playoff rankings are out once again. Just 2 more reveals to go before the playoff field is set. The top 5 remains unchanged. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia continue as the top 4 teams that are in the bye positions. Oregon jumps over Ole Miss to take over the 6th spot, with Ole Miss now ranked 7th. A weird loss for the Atlanta Hawks in NBA Cup play last night. They get blown out by the worst team in the league, the Washington Wizards, 132-113. The final. The Hawks are back in action Friday night when they host the Cleveland Cavaliers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Yeah, we had the cold snap, and now we're trending in the right direction. But this, I believe, is a good opportunity to take advantage of what Central Heating and Air Conditioning is offering. Chuck and his team offering something pretty rare. 2 incentives. You can upgrade to a dependable Carrier system, turning to your Atlanta Carrier experts at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and get up to $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. Central and Carrier set the standard in heating and cooling for the past 3 generations. Now your chance to bring that comfort home with the best savings of the season. But here's the thing. This is the reprieve, right? You had the cold snap. Now you got a little bit of a reprieve. If it didn't kill your old HVAC, it might the next time around. Get yourself a new Carrier system and save a whole bunch of money. That's the message right there. Now that we got the reprieves warming up a little bit, do it before the cold snap comes back. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Attention extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is partner at Ross & Pines, one of Atlanta's leading criminal defense firms, Noah Pines. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
It's midnight and the phone rings. It's a loved one calling from jail. They had a little too much fun at the holiday party and got pulled over. Now what? Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
Hey, this is John Flading, the owner of ATL Turf Co. If your grass didn't grow this summer, there's a good chance it won't grow this spring. It's time to think about a custom, low-maintenance, pet-friendly, artificial lawn that will stay green year-round. So this holiday season, give the gift that keeps on giving. A perfect backyard or custom golf green from ATL Turf Co. See what's possible for your home. Read our 5-star reviews and book your appointment today at atlturfco.com. Spots are filling up fast, so call now 404-825-7063.
Need a break from all the political talk? Tune into Holy Crap It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's your daily dose of what's hot in the sports world, from the field to the locker room, with Pete's unfiltered opinion and a side of laughs. It's smart, it's funny, it's sports with edge. Holy Crap It's Sports. Catch it at 5:15 only on The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. It's Carlos Medina, Friendly Los, Friendly Angela Morbido, Friendly and hardened Aaron. You know he's a filmmaker, so you don't, like, he's taught this stuff before. So I'm always trying to pitch him ideas.
Okay.
And I don't know if, like, the buddy cop film of, like, Friendly Los and Friendly Angela would work. I mean, it'd have to be like a comedy. Yeah. It's like, you know, like, and you're the mean one. Like, I'm the one who's just trying to get some, like, I'm just trying to follow the rules.
I'm the heavy.
And Angela's the one who's, like, breaking the rules. You are when it comes to Lethal Weapon. I'm like, okay, you're the Riggs. I'm more the Murtaugh. I'm just trying to do it by the book. I'm just trying to get to retirement. And you're the wild one.
Oh.
I don't know if that works at all for Aaron.
I think it could. I mean, really, you just got to follow the formula, but it's also just, you know, about building character and going through. So, yeah, you guys be very entertaining.
But is it not the perfect example of flipping the formula? That she's the wild one?
It depends. So, I mean, when you talk about
she's the loose cannon.
When you talk about movie formulas, but I mean, technically, like female officers are considered a little more aggressive, so I would assume, that'd be a little more authentic.
Okay, all right. I'm just kind of, I'm trying to avoid formulaic films. Like, I think I really enjoy movies where I go, wow, that was very original.
Okay.
But every now and then, sometimes you just need to take, put your feet up, turn your brain off, and have some brain cotton candy. It's like, I know how this movie ends. I know what it is, but I'm going to watch it and enjoy it.
You're like, I am along for the ride. My brain is on vacation.
Right. It's like, I don't have to think too much here.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I like movies that make me think. I love documentaries. I love when something I go, oh, didn't see that coming. But every now and then, a Marvel movie is not a bad idea for me. It's like, give me Iron Man. I know how this ends. This is fun. That's all I want sometimes.
Listen, if I want to cry, if I want to cry, I just have to watch that one scene from Endgame where everybody assembles. Okay. I kid you not.
That's the one that does it for you?
Oh, that had me
every
bawling.
single time. Yep. Every time.
So when Endgame was over with, I got home, and we were fortunate. We got a chance to watch it early.
Cool.
There was a local owner who let us come out to the theater, and he had a midnight showing for us. It was closed to the rest of the public.
Okay.
So it's like me, Chris Domino down the hall, a couple of other guys, probably a good 20 of us.
Wow.
25 of us in the building.
Group.
So we're all, and so we all sit down and we're watching the movie, and of course it's epic, it's great. And I remember when it was over, you had 25 guys where none of them wanted to cry in front of one another because you're all coworkers and you're all, hey, we're all sportsmen, manly men. That's what we are. And I drove home. I think I walked in the door. Obviously, it's a long movie. I walked in the door 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning. And my wife is, she's kind of rolling over. She's like, how was the movie? And I go, I'm oddly emotional.
Oh.
And it was because of the investment of how long I watched and I was not a Marvel fan. I was not one of those guys that was like, oh, I can't wait for Marvel Studios and watch these movies. In fact, I had to catch up on some of this stuff. When everybody went out to go see Iron Man, I was like, who cares? It's a dumb movie. And then when I saw it, I was like, it's actually pretty cool. And then I never saw the original Captain America movie. Had to watch that. I went, all right, it's kind of cool. Then I'm playing catch up with everything. By the time I saw the first Avengers film, I was like, all right, turn my brain off. That was fun. I never would have expected by the time that all ends with it, I'm oddly emotional.
You're with those characters for a long time.
Yes.
I could not have cared less about an action movie. I don't like sitting still for 2 hours, so movies on the whole kind of not my thing. But my husband, when we were dating, he's like, just watch Iron Man. We're going to do it. We're going to make dinner. We're going to watch Iron Man. This is date night.
Of course the Georgia Tech guy has you watching Iron Man. Yes, I know.
Well, that one got me hooked.
Okay.
And we watched all of them up through Endgame in the years that we were dating before we got married. And yeah, by the end, I was absolutely weeping.
It happens.
But I can give you the opposite of your theater experience. So when Barbie came out.
I was about to say, is this Beaches?
No, this is Barbie. I went with a group of about 30 girls because it was tell a friend to tell a friend, and all of a sudden there's
this was regular.
Of us,
yes.
And we're all wearing Barbie pink. We're all so excited. There was somebody next to me who I had never met before, and as soon as Ryan Gosling comes on screen shirtless because he's Ken.
Sure.
She grabs the armrest and goes, oh, Jesus. And I'm like, that is the communal movie watching experience I want.
My wife loved it. She actually, for Halloween, probably about 2 years ago, she was Weird Barbie. And so she won every single competition we went to.
That's such a good idea.
But she was Weird Barbie.
Everybody had a weird Barbie with
She was Weird Barbie.
Messed up makeup. You Sharpie the eyes on.
That's what she was dressed as. And so she won it. All right, let me finish this off with this because I love John Kennedy. Because John Kennedy gives you that country witticism. But in this case, it's Louisiana witticism. And he's basically telling the rest of Congress, the rest of the Senate, what are we doing? And what is basically happening, just so everyone knows. The establishment has decided they're going to drag their feet as hard as possible, that the Trump agenda, they will wait it out. At this point, you have establishment Republicans that are thinking, if we can just slow this thing down long enough, over the next 10 months, we'll hand the House back on over, and then we can be like, oh, what do you expect us to do?
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan. That's what's going on, which is why it's on us to constantly pressure these people. Well, John Kennedy, he's also trying to pressure them as well.
The first reason I came to the floor tonight is to say to my colleagues, pretty please, with sugar on top. I'll even add a cherry. I'll even throw in a coupon for a personal pan pizza. Please, let's do another reconciliation bill. And when I say we, I'm saying the Republican majority. Let's invite our Democratic colleagues to join with us. And I hope after inviting them, I sincerely hope they'll take us up on it. But if they don't, and they don't have to, it's a free country, it only takes a majority to pass the reconciliation bill. And after we do the second one, we can do a third one before the midterms. If we do not take advantage of this opportunity to lower the cost of living for the American people, for reconciliation, when we only need 51 votes to do it, it's legislative malpractice. It's legislative malpractice. It is dumb as a bowl of noodles. So that's my plea to my colleagues tonight. I'm not saying we've done nothing for 5 months. We've done a lot of other things for 5 months. But we haven't done anything to lower the cost of living for the American people. And we can't look back. We lost 5 months, but we should get started tomorrow.
That's what he's talking about. You have people that are more than happy to run out this clock.
Yep, and he's calling them out. I give him a lot of credit.
I give him credit. He's like, my party, y'all are as much to do with this. And hey, Democrats, you want to jump on board? That's fine. But he's pointing out other Republicans where you are dragging your feet.
For sure.
And hey, we're gonna lose the House. He's like, y'all seem more than happy to have that happen. Because they don't want to go along with what this administration is any longer. The establishment has decided, oh, fine. He's got so many victories as Donald Trump. Well, what if he doesn't include us in any of these? Well, then watch what we'll do. And that's how they're playing it.
Yeah, I think there's a reason he's America's most quotable senator, and I give him a lot of credit for preemptively going on the record and saying, we can't just wait for the next shutdown crisis.
Let's be proactive.
Right. Let's do what the American people hired us to do.
All right, when we get back, by the way, the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Check them out with that maintenance agreement. Great people over there at Central Heating and Air, including Keith. Met him yesterday. When we get back, the Ukraine deal. That's next on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Many times in the past, I would go on the air and I would tell my listeners to stop obsessing over the cost for a vacation trip because of rising gasoline prices. Give me a break. So now I have actually used artificial intelligence, AI, to solve a problem for me. And here we go. A round trip from Atlanta to Disney World and back to Atlanta would be about 880 miles. So I asked AI to calculate the increased cost for that trip in the average American car if the price of gas went up by 36 cents per gallon. Now, bear in mind, if there had been such an increase in the price of gas, we would be bombarded with stories about how much more this expensive vacation would be. Families are having to curtail their holiday expectations because they just can't afford to make the trip with the rise in the gas prices. Oh, the humanity. So what is the answer? That trip would cost you $12.60 more due to the 36 cents a gallon price increase. $12.60. You can't get 2 Happy Meals for that. So calm down, folks. Quit all the damn whining. It's not that terrible out there. If you can't afford that $12.60, take the bus. You can't afford Disney World anyway. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
I'm Ashley Dvorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with the cast of Peacock's new mystery whodunit series, All Her Fault, starring Sarah Snook as a mother searching for her missing son as mysterious circumstances unfold. Jake Lacey and Jay Ellis discussed how it's a series where intrigue starts right away.
You dive right in and then are sort of left going like, it could be any of these people or someone else.
I immediately wanted to jump to like to page 48 or whatever it is of that pilot, that first episode, to figure out like, well, where do we go from here?
Abby Elliott and Danielle Monks have tips for those ready to guess along.
There's so many subtle moments throughout, the first few episodes. If you blink, you might miss it.
Watch with friends or with people, family members, partners. It's very similar to like watching The Traitors, is arguing and debating over who you think what or how.
Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. It's about the math, and the math in the House of Representatives got more interesting when Republican Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced that she would resign in January. The current breakdown in the House is 219-213 in favor of Republicans with 3 vacancies. But the math in the coming weeks and months quickly gets dicey for the GOP. There's a special election soon for the seat of former GOP Tennessee Congressman Mark Green. Republicans gain a seat if they win there, but then go back down once Marjorie Taylor Greene resigns in January. A special election for that seat won't happen until March. Also, you can't appoint someone to the House. Voters must elect House members. If the House is at full strength, the GOP majority sits at 220-215. But Fox is told there are other lawmakers who just want to quit. There's an old saying that death comes and it's always out of season. 5 House Democrats died in 2024 and early 2025. The House has never flipped control in the middle of a Congress. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Hitting the road and taking flight. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Many more Americans are doing that the day before Thanksgiving with air travel back to normal after the long government shutdown that made many nervous, like these two at Atlanta's airport this morning.
We kind of waited to buy a ticket. Yeah, to see what was happening in general. And what the situation was going to be. And that obviously led to higher pricing.
There are more than 700 flight delays across the country so far today. Only 37 cancellations. Most going somewhere for Thanksgiving or driving. Fox Business Network's Jeff Flock is on the road now.
Kind of trafficy on the bridge this morning here as we head into New Jersey. 73 million people will be traveling by car. That is an all-time record. And it's also an all-time record for people flying as well as taking the train and the bus and the cruise ship.
It'll be tough sledding for some drivers with wintry weather today into Friday from Minnesota to western New York. Blizzard warnings in some areas. President Trump says he's fine-tuned his peace plan for Ukraine, trying to stop Russia's wars. His special envoy Steve Witkoff will return to Moscow next week for talks.
So Ukraine have now largely agreed on their 19-point deal, but they say there are still some minor details that still need to be resolved. And frankly, those minor details, they are large ones. They are the security guarantees. Will there be some kind of an Article 5 from the U.S. guaranteeing Ukrainian safety? And of course, territorial swaps. Russia wants the remainder of the Donbass handed over to it, and Ukraine simply is against that. And future NATO membership is a big issue still to be discussed, and the future limit on the size of the Ukrainian army.
Fox's Benjamin Hall. The Trump administration agenda removing illegal immigrants is hit close to home at the White House.
Bruna Ferreira, who was the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew, was arrested by ICE agents in the Boston area. Ferreira has an 11-year-old child with Leavitt's brother, Michael. The couple is no longer together, but her attorney says she's still very involved in the boy's life.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Ferreira came to the U.S. from Brazil as a child. Her visa long expired. America's listening to Fox.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-926-0155. 800-926-0155.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 106.3 app.
You know, when this song plays, you know things are getting very serious.
Really?
It's like right now the 90s Bulls are getting ready to get out in the court. A lot of champions. And this is the 9 o'clock hour, so you know we're not kidding around. This is the Morning Xtra. Had to let that hit the right way. On Extra 106.3, it's Los. It's Angelo Morbido. And Aaron, who he picked this for a reason. I mean, the only thing you could have done, like at some point in this hour, is like the final countdown.
That's right.
But it's that same thing, like you know we're getting near the end. Like this is intense. You can't.
Yeah, the vibes are high.
You can't let the lull happen here. We've got to send people out on a high. It's a holiday. It's a holiday coming up. You got to be ready for Thanksgiving.
Game time.
That's right. Get your head on straight. I'm ready. I'm ready to hoot now. I'm a reliable 3-point shooter, Angela. I don't know if you know this. Yes.
I am not. I'm 5'3" on my best day. It's over for me.
I talk about it. I'll admit to it. The last time the Final Four was in town, they had a media 3-point shootout.
Really?
Over at Georgia Tech. And I finished second. To an intern for NBC, who was a woman. And that was not fair because that was her home court. She played at Georgia Tech.
Oh.
And everyone's like, you got beat by a girl. I go, that ain't fair. She's a collegiate athlete. It's like I'm like a 35-year-old man hoisting up threes. So I finished second.
We were just talking in the break about how collegiate athletes now are pros.
Oh, they are. They're all okay. So, for instance, we were talking about what is now showing up at the collegiate level and how it's crazy. And what the story was at Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State won the cross-country national championship. They had 2 Ethiopians, 1 Moroccan, and 1 other foreigner. And what universities are now doing is they're putting together basically what they do is they find basically a broker that'll go find the athletes to then bring them into the university, and here's what they're going to be compensated, and here's what it's going to be. So, for instance, if you have an athlete making $30,000 in a pro league in somewhere in, let's say, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, well, they might be able to go to a college for $50,000. Like, they'll find the money to do this. And so one of them I was just bringing up, I was showing Angela about all these people that are moving. So this person's name is Valeria Kozlova. It lists her as a freshman, an outside hitter, middle hitter from Moscow, Russia, and it lists her at 6'7". And I was like, okay, well, let me see if I can find an age here. I can't really find an age. Like, I'm looking around to find out, like, how old is this player? And there's no age that I can find to her.
There are a lot of freshmen who look suspiciously like mid to late 20s on some of these rosters.
That's part of what happens.
Yeah. And hey, these schools have figured out that merit matters when it comes to athletics.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool. Awesome. Love that kind of. But do academics next.
Yeah. When it comes to, especially when it comes to like college football, the money flows into the university, the better the football team is. It drives all the admissions. Mm-hmm. You get huge bumps. The university makes so much money. I don't know if I've told you this story before. I'll just make it quick. When I was at University of Alabama finishing up my master's degree, the economics course actually had basically a section that was just entitled Nick Saban.
You're kidding.
Not kidding. The economics professor wasn't part of our textbook or anything else, but here was this section, and it was on the economic impact of Nick Saban and what it did to the university as far as the science department, the theater departments, the math departments, the business departments. Suddenly it was a higher level of student all paying more money and more money flowing into the university, and suddenly everybody had more funding to work with.
Sabonomics. I love it.
That's what it was.
That's really cool, and that's how it should. Like, it should support the school.
That was how. It wasn't one of those like, well, I can't believe that we're paying him $10 million. It's like, yeah, because he made about $100 million worth of impact on a regular basis at that university. I wanted to bring this up because I have talked about it. I am not a giganto fan of anything that is about our involvement in the war in Ukraine with Russia. I'm not saying I've picked a good guy and a bad guy. I've said bad guys can fight bad guys. Sure. That's just how it is. And just because you're the aggressor doesn't make you suddenly the bad guy versus the bad guy. I mean, part of what happened in Ukraine is we sided with a government. We created the coup. We installed them. And we picked the side that was actually pro-Nazi. Were we the good guys for doing that? We picked the pro-Nazi group because they hated the Russians more than the previous administration.
That does not seem like good guy behavior.
Well, the remnants of Nazism is in Ukraine. Does that mean they deserve to be invaded? No. Okay, this is not a black and white issue. But in order to get this peace deal done, I don't know if you saw this note that was out there. This was from the Wall Street Journal. So as part of this 28-point plan, one of them was going to be an audit that was going to be done for what happened to our money. The $360 to $500 billion, whatever the final total came to, what happened to our money? And the problem with that, and why you had Zelensky and a lot of other prominent Ukrainians that were part of this deal, why they were balking at it is they did not want to be held accountable for what occurred.
Wow.
And so the stipulation was then put in, and I'll read it to you word for word the way that it points this out over in the Wall Street Journal. So here's what it says. A senior U.S. official said that Ukraine significantly changed one of the 28 points in the version that appeared online in an apparent move to expose alleged corruption. The draft had called for an audit of all international aid Ukraine had received. The language was changed to say all parties will receive, quote, full amnesty for their actions during the war.
A literal get out of jail free card.
If you were taking our money and you were pocketing it, the only way we got, in this case, I'm going to call them this, the dirty Ukrainians to go along with this as they were fighting the dirty Russians. As I told you, neither side is good here. But the only way we got them to take this deal is by telling them, hey, all that money you embezzled, you can keep it. We won't prosecute you for it. Again, I'll point it out. The language was changed to say all parties will receive, quote, full amnesty for their actions during the war. That's how we got the Ukrainians to finally go along with this as of yesterday.
That is the shadiest thing I have ever heard.
How dirty does that make you feel?
And seeing this on our show notes, I was looking up like, well, how much aid have we sent to Ukraine? And the answer is a big, we don't know. No one's really sure. We know that Congress approved up to $175 billion in emergency supplemental aid over the past couple of years. Now, there are some estimates that say we've spent almost $84 billion of that. There are some estimates that say we've spent $130 plus billion of that. So if we don't know how much we spent, somebody should know.
Here's what's going to be the next move. Once this is all over with, signed, sealed, delivered, watch Zelensky and the rest of them flee into exile. Because that's going to be the next move. You don't get to stay in power after you stole the money.
Yeah.
They will all head off to some other country. All the places that you kept hearing about because they had their upper echelon of people within their government. It's like, well, he was buying an Italian villa. This guy bought a place over, and you were like, well, how did he buy that place? It's because they were taking the aid money from the Europeans and from us. Now, the estimates are 10% maybe, 20, maybe 30%. We don't know. That's why we wanted to have an audit. We wanted to see how much money actually made it to the places it was supposed to be. And in the end, this group said, as long as you give us amnesty, we'll sign for this. We will then agree this war is over.
I feel like as Americans, we're getting cheated because it's our money. And I also feel like I've seen this movie before. There's a great book about the aftermath of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan called We Meant Well. And it talks about the rebuilding effort. And there's so many stories, like a guy who runs a fruit stand applies for all kinds of grants. Now he's a gazillionaire and he's sold like 3 bananas. Is that the fruit stand we need to fund? No. Somebody just knew how to check the right boxes on the right forms for the right people, and now they are rolling in cash that didn't accomplish what it was supposed to do.
If you choose to look at this government as one big grift, like, how are you making money off this stuff? Because we like to think of it in terms of, I write my check to the government, I pay my taxes, and that's why my roads have less potholes, or that's why the police officer shows up to my home if I need them, or the fire department. Like, that's like a tangible way of looking at things. What is really going on is that the rest of this country has found ways to take billions of dollars, throw it at problems, but make sure it's paying them millions in return.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the entirety of the game. It's, a war just erupted? Well, we got a good way to launder money. Let's make sure this is going over here. Funny how a portion finds its way back to me. The taxpayers don't know any better.
Right. Same with immigration, same with homelessness. How many people have made millions of dollars running shelters that don't shelter anyone?
I think the Pacific Palisades fire was like the latest, greatest example. You raised all sorts of money. You told everybody it's going straight to the victims. Victims haven't gotten a penny.
Yeah, they haven't rebuilt anything.
It was delivered to a crazy amount of NGOs, and they basically said, well, we've got administration expenses. And that's the other part. I've always talked about this. If I could invent something, first it would be a religion. But since that's very difficult to do, if I was to be like, look, it's Dianetics 2. All right, it's me and Scientology. Here's what. Okay, that's impossible. Like, there is not going to be another L. Ron Hubbard that creates what he created.
I hope not.
And by the way, it's a terrible science fiction writer too. By the way, but the next thing I would do, and you and I could probably work on this. I'm sure you've got some context. Let's start a bowl game.
A bowl game.
A bowl game.
All right, what kind of bowl game are we having here?
We're gonna have a college football bowl game, and we're gonna find a place and we're gonna have a bowl game. And here's why. Because then we can sell it as inventory over to one of the networks like ESPN. They need content for this stuff. So we're going to see that money there. We are a charity technically, but there is no minimum that we have to give over to our said charity. So we're going to find a corporate sponsor. We're going to charge for tickets. We're going to then have our TV rights. And then you and I will decide that we're going to hold on to 95% of the money, and we will donate 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever percent to whatever charity we say we're benefiting, because there is no minimum.
And we take our tax exemption and run?
Yes. So if I can't create a religion, I'll create a bowl game. And this is largely how the federal government works with your money. It's, I'm going to get paid on my end. Let's tell them we're doing good. Let's tell them we're doing this for society, but I'm going to get my money.
There's so little accountability for NGOs. And I can remember doing some research a while back about a Department of Agriculture grant, I believe it was. They paid somebody like $500,000 to run soil education training for LGBTQ farmers. I don't think farming works different if you're gay. I think
you still got to put it in the ground?
Yeah, I think plants are still the same.
Or do I happen to get into some sort of special program? Like if I happen to say, I identify as a lesbian farmer, does that mean you're going to teach me for free?
That was what was happening.
That's the way it's pitched, right? Yeah. Oh, we're going to work with these people. Okay. And magically, 95% of the money disappears into administrative costs.
Right. Because I don't know how expensive it is to run 2 soil training sessions, but I think it's a lot less than $500,000.
You think it comes out to slightly less than that? But that's, and in the meantime, you gave me that money to do that. And I'm like, okay, who is responsible for that? Which senator? Which congressman? Let's make sure the money's going back to you.
Right. Who snuck that in the bill? Because
you're going to get your money. This is my donation coming from my other company, my other shell company. Here's what we're doing. Oh, it's such a dirty game. All right, let's finish off right here because I do, and we'll probably end up having to carry a little bit of this over. So by all reports, and I agree with this, I haven't gotten a chance to ask you about this, so we're flying in the dark here, and that's fine.
All right, here we go.
I like it better this way. So when the idea of the American, the ACA, Obamacare essentially, had the discussion about the subsidiaries, and here was the money, and here's how it's got to get funded, or, oh, the Republicans are all bad. Tug and I were very adamant about just blow the whole thing up, let the free market settle it.
Yeah.
Okay, we know that's what we want. We know that's not what's going to happen. But at least when you've now had Donald Trump even talk about, well, I want to send the money directly to people rather than to the insurance companies, I'm glad it looks like you have House Republicans. They want a bigger say in this. They're even saying, no, we won't even fund the subsidies. We don't want to fund any more of this stuff. So now we're at this crossroads where the White House is like, well, we want to keep Obamacare going in its present form for like 2 years. And you have House Republicans that are actually saying what I'm saying, blow it up. Don't give me any more money for this stuff. I don't know how you feel about this or what end you're coming down on, but I'm torn. I know what the politically smart thing to do is, but I know also what I want to do. And those are two different things.
Yeah. Obamacare was always a time bomb. The subsidies were always set to expire. And when they did, it was going to be chaos. And now those chickens have come home to roost. People are really upset. I think keeping Obamacare going, while it might be the politically safe thing to do.
That's the safe thing.
Is it healthy in the long term? I don't think so. I think it's pretty ridiculous that when you walk into a doctor's office and ask, like, hey, I think I have a sinus infection or whatever. Like, I think I have a sprained ankle, whatever. They can't tell you how much it costs.
No, you can ask.
But they're not going to tell you.
They're not going to tell you.
Yeah. And then they'll say, oh, well, we'll run your insurance after you've been seen.
Yes.
I'm like, well, what about before I've been seen? It's, well, we can't do that.
And where else does that actually happen? Almost nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I can talk to any other people out there, whether it's automotive care or working on my home or taking part in an event. I can always ask, well, what does the ticket cost? Or what does that cost? Or what it's going to be? And they will always be able to have an answer. If not, they can generalize it. Well, we think with material, it'll probably be in this ballpark. It's never, well, we don't know. Yeah, we have to run your insurance.
You wouldn't trust anybody who's like,
no,
I have no idea. You have to give me this job first, and then I'll hand you a bill, and you are stuck with it. And we have to tolerate that in healthcare. I hate it. I think there should be a cash price list everywhere you go.
So if you were to, like, have y'all selected a hospital yet? Have y'all made any of those decisions?
We have, yes.
Okay. Did you go through that of like, so what is this going to cost?
We did. So my practice is affiliated with a hospital, the practice I go to, and they have their financial helper who tells you what's going on. And I learned something in this process that stunned me, which is on some insurance plans, you must have prior authorization to give birth. I'm like,
okay.
I think that baby's coming, whether baby's authorized or not.
It's kind of like the train. It's coming in at 4:00.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of things we can do about this.
There are plans that make you jump through all kinds of hoops, and I'm incredibly thankful not to be on one of those. That, you know, we've got a great plan that's taking really good care of us, but that's not the case for everybody.
No, and I that's what's been the big surprise with the subsidies disappearing, because I know one of them was through California Health Exchange, just California Obamacare. And one of the people was showing what had happened to their mom's health care. They had taken a video of it, posted online, and her health care went from, it was $375 a month is what she was paying, which I'm like, good for you, great. And that was just for her solo, wasn't a family or anything else. And the 2026 cost was going to like $1,575 from $375. I was like, it's going up $1,200 a month. And that was the moment of going, well, good thing you got what you voted for, but it is not politically expedient. This is the problem of Obamacare. Always, once that entitlement starts, you can't pull entitlements away from a society. That's the pain. Like we saw, I don't know if you ever remember this. This was now 15 years ago when Greece went through austerity.
Yes.
Their entire society revolted because they were told, here's all the entitlements that you have, and they're all going away. And that community went into revolt. And they had to get through years of like having to put down civil unrest before finally people went along with what was happening. It is incredibly impossible to get rid of this stuff. So yeah, I want to blow it up. Love to blow up Obamacare. I'd love to tell you, hey, you were sucking off the government teat. That's with EET. And you were getting health care that was $375 that should have been $1,500. I'm sorry, you have to deal with this. But it's not the politically smart thing to do. And so I have to go from being what I want versus what's practical.
Yeah, and then there's also how much does the average American understand about health insurance? I have seen math scores that I cannot unsee. That's why with student loans, I'm like, how many of these people understand compound interest? Not enough. How many people understand what a subsidy is? How many people understand what a deductible is? There are a lot of people who just don't have any idea of what they're buying.
They see a price.
They see a price. And when that price goes up, they flip out, which is understandable because very few Americans can absorb an extra $1,200 expense every month.
Well, you're told, well, this is your price with subsidy. It's like it's just the price. With subsidy, all that means is we're just taking money away from your neighbors and they're paying your health care. And when suddenly they're not, here's the real cost. And surprise, surprise, it's significantly more expensive. This was always pitched to people as, well, Obamacare is the affordable option versus what's going on in the private marketplace or what's going on with your company. This is so you can get these options and it'll be more affordable. It never was, and it was never going to be. And now people are stuck with what their real price is. So the rest of us, where our company helps fund it, yes, you saw a jump. Like I think ours for a family of 4 this year jumped by like $50. And I was like, good. It didn't jump by like $300.
Sure.
$50. I felt pretty like, okay, good. We got away with it this year. But it's supposed to when it comes to these public plans. You're at some point not going to be able to steal from your neighbors to pay for this stuff, and that's what's run out.
Yeah, and I think immigration is a big piece of this because
Huge.
I think it's great that someone who shows up suffering at an ER will not be turned away. There's also a cost to that we as taxpayers have been forced to absorb.
Well, let's tell the truth about it, Angela. You have people that are here illegally that are going there for eye care.
Yes.
Like they're going to emergency rooms in order to get just regular care.
That is the doctor.
Yes. It's like, this is the doctor. It's like, you realize those costs are passed along to you.
Yeah.
Every single time.
We share the cost and we share the delay of if you show up and you have a sprained ankle or you have a broken arm or whatever, you have to wait longer. You have to pay more. And I think if anyone ever actually tallied up the real cost, the public conversation would be very different.
Well, California did. And that is their complaints. Like, we can't run our state government. We can't pay for these people with this. Them and Illinois are both like, we will become insolvent if we don't have these federal dollars. That's what they did. Like, their systems will collapse.
Unreal.
That's how bad it is for them. All right, when we get back, this one woman, she's now singing a very different tune than she has been recently. Member of the Squad. We'll talk about her next right here as we continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Fall is in the air, and Central Heating and Air Conditioning is making it the perfect time to upgrade your comfort. For a limited time, you get up to $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. That's right, savings up front and no interest for 5 whole years. A brand new carrier system from Central delivers dependability, efficiency, and comfort every family deserves. Central Heating and Air Conditioning have set the standard in heating and cooling for over 3 generations. And now's your chance to bring that comfort home with the best savings of the season. These dual incentives don't come around often, so act now. Call 770-GET-HEAT today. That's 770-GET-HEAT. Or visit centralheat.com, centralheat.com. Upgrade your comfort, lock in your savings, and turn to your Atlanta carrier experts. Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at progressive.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. A Georgia park is one of the most snake-infested state parks in the nation. That's according to World Atlas, which named Skidaway Island State Park as one of 7 with the most snakes. The park is south of Savannah. The park's mix of maritime forest, salt flats, and freshwater sloughs beckons numerous snake species adapted to both land and water, the website said. Besides snakes, the visitors can also see deer, fiddler crabs, raccoon, egrets, and other wildlife. And how you pay to recycle items is changing for people who live in Rockdale County. The county says the recycling center fee is transitioning to an annual hang tag system. This means visitors will pay annually for a hang tag to display in order to enter the county recycling center. The price is $150 per year for county residents and $100 for citizens age 60 and older. The mandatory change goes into effect on February 1st, 2026. And those are your Georgia headlines. I'm Aaron Canada.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 1063. Carlos Medina and Angela Morabito taking you to 10 o'clock. And then we are checking out for the holidays. And thank you to Papa, who decided to check in. You know, my parents, my mom does every now and then. I don't think my dad ever listens to the show anymore. He used to listen to the sports version, but then he kind of checked out because he just decided that my conservative views were just too much for, I don't know. The guy used to be I don't know, maybe he was Republican at one point, and then he just completely got caught up in everything San Antonio. San Antonio is like one of those cities where everything's Democrat. And I didn't know about it when I was growing up as a kid. I just thought, oh, yeah, that's weird. Bill Clinton selected Henry Cisneros, our mayor, to be as part of his cabinet. Oh, that's great for the mayor. I had no idea.
Yeah.
These early 90s. I'm like 12, 13 years old. I didn't know how the game worked. I just thought, hey, he must be doing a great job as a mayor. The president picked him. All right. I didn't know. So, yeah, my dad is kind of checked out. I don't think he listens to the show ever.
Well, my dad is listening now, and I'm very grateful for it. So we've got the Morabito family listening down in Florida, and I want to thank the Devaney family, too, my brother's future in-laws, who are wonderful, and the Wards. We had...
Why are you winking, by the way? You said that they're wonderful.
No, you were trying to.
I can't believe it. Oh, look, she's putting the finger gun to her head as she says this.
Fake news.
I'm sorry, Devaney's. She's speaking very ill of all of you.
No, I love them, and they're all listening. They're
no,
so
it's
supportive.
good to have you all.
And it's great to have people check in.
It's good to have you checking out the show. My mom listens every now and then. I think the last time she commented on a portion of the show, and this is how I know this person was effective at the time. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on. As soon as she signed off, I get a text message from my mom that says, I really don't like that lady. And that was and let's face it, she's been kind of like the boogie woman on the left for a long time. And now that she's retiring at the point that she is, it kind of puts you in a weird place. In my opinion, she's doing it to make sure she kind of hamstrings you a little bit. It's kind of all about her. But at the same time, I had you running around for about 4 years doing some wild stuff that I was like, okay, cool, I'm on board with. The fact that you soured on it, I get it. It's not for everybody. There might come a time where suddenly you might see Angela on TV and she's talking about the greatness of teacher unions. You never know. Something might change. Something does change in people.
If that happens, please take me to a hospital. No. Maybe call a priest, because something has possessed me if I'm talking about how great the teacher unions are. But yeah, people burn out and people switch what they feel. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, no matter what she's saying, she's going to strike a nerve.
Yes. Oh, all the time, no matter what. I think about a woman like S.E. Cupp. You now see her on CNN. She had years on Fox News. And you're like, oh, okay, let's see what she's going over to CNN for. And by all means, I'm not saying that she's suddenly like some like liberal firebrand. but she centered the message a little bit from her Fox News days.
I think so.
I mean, that's the nice way of putting it.
Yes.
You know, I mean, where's your bread being buttered? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Alyssa Farrah Griffin, when she was at the White House, was a very talented supporter of President Trump, and
Yes.
now she's on The View and not doing that anymore.
Caitlin Collins was very middle. Here's what I'm going to be. I'm a reporter. I will ask you these questions. Here now it's, well, I've got to do it for my show and my audience on CNN. Now, I've joked around about it, and I know you probably agree with me. If the Taliban came to you with $2 million and said, I need you to do ads for the Taliban, Angela Morabito would be like, this is Angela Morabito here for the Taliban.
No.
I know. That's always my joke to Tug. And Tug's like, I would never do that. I know you wouldn't either. I'm like, do you need a new friend group? You should join me in the Taliban.
We love pickup trucks and the desert.
Are you archaic when it comes to women too? You should join us here on the Taliban. No, but I get it when it comes to a lot of these media personalities, and I get it when it comes to some people in Congress where they burn out and they just decide, well, hey, in this case, you feel like you've been wronged, then you feel like you've been wronged in Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like, fine, you won't back me for a Senate run? Well, then I'm going to show you. It's a woman scorned, okay? Like you haven't been that, so you don't have to worry about that. But there's a lot of women that don't react well when they're told no or when they're disappointed by their man. And she was disappointed by her man, Donald Trump.
She was. She called out that one-way loyalty.
Yes.
And if DC had a slogan, it should be one-way loyalty. That's how people treat each other there. And I think it's gross. I'm happy I don't live there anymore. But that's the game.
Well, what is it? If you want a friend in DC,
get a dog.
Get a dog. That's part of the reason why I could never see, like, you see like loose alliances, like people when they talk about like Tim Burchett, like Tim's real people. And then at some point there's going to be a vote where he's going to disappoint you.
Yes.
And it's like, I know that like him and Anna Paulina Luna are kind of chummy with each other from the committees they've been on, but you know there's going to come a point where one of them's going to need the other and they're not going to go along with it. And that's when you're going to find out. And that's the bummer about DC. That's what happens. It's like you're supposed to be representing the people that back you. The problem is the people that back you, you might be saying, oh, those are the people that voted me in. Sometimes it's the people that gave you the right amount of money.
Right. And sometimes that money came from a very different district. Wasn't a huge percentage of the Mamdani campaign funded
out of state?
Out of state, yes.
This is Angela Morabito here for the Taliban.
No.
I know you would never do that. Your morals are too strong. And by the way, after you do 20 hours of radio a week, like myself and Tug do, that's why we joke around. You would all see through it right away. You're like we tell the story to the audience, and it's one of the areas where I've never seen a sales guy look at me over my career the way this happened. We had a salesperson come in. We had an ad buy.
Okay.
From Pfizer. And it was, hey, you guys need to represent this, do some spots. We're like, what? They're like, yeah, you're promoting the vaccine. And we're all like, no, I'm not doing that. Like every single one of us to a man, they're like, listen, it's like $700 a month. All you got to do is read this 30 seconds worth of words. I'm not doing it. And so salesman, he's still in here, great dude. He had to go find somebody who wasn't on the programming staff to do it.
Wow.
Because no one on the programming staff would take that money and do that because we considered what we talked. The audience would see right through it. They'd be like, seriously, this guy's been railing about this for 3 years, and now he's like, hey, it's Los here for Pfizer. Is your arm sore? You know what you need? You need more of that Pfizer juice. They would see right through it. And so, yes, if it was me for the Taliban, or as I joke with Tug, I'm like, hey, this is Tug here for the Ku Klux Klan. Do you need some new people in your life? You need a new social setting? It's a joke, okay? But that's
where it like does not match. It's the exact
you would go,
opposite of who
that's
y'all are
not
as people.
him, exactly. And so that's always the comedy of it. Speaking of comedy at times, Ilhan Omar. All right, I know what I'm supposed to say. I'm supposed to say that she represents the Somalis, and it's a weird district from a weird state, and Minnesota is its own crazy place, and maybe she married her brother. Okay, with all that being said, okay, I got it all out of the way. Well, now she's doing a little differently now.
Yeah, I think she's doing some damage control, and with the scrutiny that is fallen on the Somali community in Minnesota. It's a huge story about a massive, massive fraud scheme where a few years ago, the autism program that's in theory supposed to help kids was giving out $3 million a year. Well, now it's giving out about $300 million a year.
Well, what had exploded? Was it autism in the Somali community?
It was not. It was a kickback scheme where people would get their kids falsely diagnosed with a condition these kids do not have and take kickback money from the government.
First off, wildly filthy. And then,
gross.
And then second off, Angela, would you please tell the people what would happen with that money? Because the reports are it found its way back to Somalia.
That's right. And a lot of it, we believe, ended up in the hands of the Al-Shabaab terrorist organization.
So you're saying it was used to go to a warlord and terrorist activity?
Yeah, not a great move.
See, I don't even have to send my money to Congress or to the federal government to them to use it on USAID to try and screw me over. Instead, they were just giving it to Somalis in Minnesota, and they were sending it to people that were interested in killing me and my family.
Yeah, it's a horrible story, but it's great reporting from Christopher Rufo, who was able to connect the dots from, wait, all these kids don't have autism. Wait, why are families getting kickbacks? Oh, wait, this is going to fund terrorist activities. And Ilhan Omar has reacted to that. Do we have the audio? What she said about Somalis? If not, I can fill everybody in.
We can fill it in, yeah.
Okay. She said Somalis have always considered themselves part of the fabric of America.
Yeah, not exactly. In fact, you've said that you represent Somalia first.
Well, I've always considered myself 7 feet tall, but that does not make it true. There were no Somalis in this country prior to 1920. That doesn't mean that they're terrible people. It just means they weren't here in the colonial era. They were not here in the Civil War era. They were not here during, start of the First World War.
Listen, many of them came over here, especially in the 90s when you had Somalia falling apart. And there was legitimate refugee status based on the fact that you had a legitimate famine going on and hunger being used as a weapon. That's if you've ever gone through the whole story of that operation in Somalia and Black Hawk Down, that's how you ended up having a larger amount of Somalis coming in because they had a legitimate claim that if I stay here politically, I'm dead.
And that's what temporary protected status is supposed to be for. It's your home country is such a disaster that we're going to let you stay with us for a little while. You can crash on America's metaphorical couch. Well, temporary protected status will sometimes last for upwards of 20 years. So President Trump has moved to terminate TPS status for Somalians. I don't think Somalia is paradise, at least not that I've heard, not a hot spring break destination.
No, not from people that I've heard from. They're like, no, it's war-torn.
But it's not what it used to be. And the idea that means we absorb an infinite number of immigrants for an infinite amount of time, that's not going to fly anymore.
No, not in the status that is going on in this country. And I will tell you, when I've been surprised that the polling numbers have not changed. So when it came to the question in January of 2025 versus what was October, this is the last month when I saw the polling data, and it had not changed. You had 78% of Americans, all Americans, didn't matter independent, Republican, or Democrat, 78% of Americans believed that if you had committed a crime in this country, including entering illegally, you needed to go home. Now, when they ask the question, what about everyone in this country? And the numbers have not changed. 56% of all Americans don't believe this. You need to go home, regardless if you've been a law-abiding, everything else person in this country. The numbers have not changed. So 78%, hey, you committed a crime, we send you home. 56%, you haven't committed a crime outside of coming across the border, we're sending you home. The numbers have not changed. So when you think Donald Trump is being mean by getting rid of this temporary protective status or saying which people should not be here, and you think, well, this is finally it. That is so mean. This is what's going to happen. 78 and 56% of all Americans agree with him. Those 10 months have not changed.
It's a consensus issue. And the media continues to be so dishonest about it. I saw a headline the other day saying, Jamaican man fears being deported to Eswatini, which is a small country within the borders of South Africa. Okay, well, Jamaican man was facing murder charges and violent crime charges in addition to that. This wasn't some random guy who had come here and played by all the rules. This was someone who was a safety threat. He gotta go.
Maryland dad was the first one they tried it with.
Right.
And then it's been one after another. One of them that you had from the Orlando Sentinel last week was about some man who had come from Poland. And now in his 70s, they're looking to send him home. Well, you had to get all the way down to like the 5th or 6th paragraph to happen to go, oh, he's a convicted rapist.
Yeah, that guy needs to go.
He's into rapey. Okay, well, then you should probably go home. But it was always, well, here's the 5-6 paragraphs telling you why they need to be here. And by the time you get to the part where you say, oh, so that's what you were convicted of doing in college. Yeah, you can go home. You've overstayed your welcome.
Yes.
In fact, you should have gone home when you were told to go home, and you hit around here with this conviction.
Yeah. And the Trump administration is doing a great job of two things. I think first is countering misinformation. They're great about calling out these headlines and saying, this is incredibly dishonest. Here's the real story. And the second is just by raising all of these issues, all of these deportations of career criminals, they're laying bare the negligence of the Biden administration that was perfectly content to let these guys run around the country.
I think Tom Homan, when he brings up as far as ICE operations, and he flat out tells you, he's like, we're not going to look for so many of these people that have committed crimes that are illegal. We already know where they are. And so did the Biden administration. The Biden administration chose on many occasions to not do anything about, hey, here's this person. They were convicted of this crime. They're here illegally. We told them to leave. Well, have you made them leave? No. Do you know where they live? Yep.
We sent a strongly worded letter.
Yeah.
Gonna hope for the best.
That's all they were doing. It was just about that chaos of having that many people that were in this country causing those sort of problems. And now that we're taking care of it, again, 78%, 56%. These are large swaths of people. Their opinions have not changed. It doesn't matter what the story is, what the headline is. They're like, no, still good. You can go too. Mm-hmm. All of you can go. Fine. And then they always go after Tug. Tug, that's not very Jesus of you. Tug's like, sorry, you gotta go.
So it's like very Christian to let terrible people run around your community?
That would be the next question I would ask. I'm like, so if you've arrested a man 72 times and then he lights a woman on fire, which one of us is more in the right about, I don't know, keeping them in jail or not having them with access to society? I don't know. I think we can make a judgment on that one. All right, when we get back to end the show for Thanksgiving, why? This is not even my headline. This is an Angela Morbido headline, so I'm going to do it with her level of decorum. Why fat people can't win the White House. That's next here on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, November 26th. The college football playoff rankings are out once again. Just 2 more reveals to go before the playoff field is set. The top 5 remains unchanged. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia continue as the top 4 teams that are in the bye positions. Oregon jumps over Ole Miss to take over the 6th spot, with Ole Miss now ranked 7th. A weird loss for the Atlanta Hawks in NBA Cup play last night. They get blown out by the worst team in the league, the Washington Wizards, 132-113. The final, the Hawks are back in action Friday night when they host the Cleveland Cavaliers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's Tug for Southern Exteriors. In this Christmas holiday season, they want to help a neighbor in need, giving away a new remodel, a siding with James Hardy Siding, the best in the business. Here in Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, and across the Southeast. That's Southern Exteriors. You don't have to enter for yourself. You can nominate somebody, a friend, a family, somebody you go to church with, somebody you work with, a neighbor, truly in need of a brand new upgrade, that James Hardy Siding. It's free to enter, no purchase required. Share their story or your own, and you could help set someone's Christmas holiday in motion. Help them unwrap their dreams right in front of their eyes. Hurry up, though. You got to get it done by December 1st. December 1st, December 1st, December 1st. That is the deadline. SouthernExteriors.co, SouthernExteriors.co, SouthernExteriors.co.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is partner at Ross & Pines, one of Atlanta's leading criminal defense firms, Noah Pines. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
It's midnight and the phone rings. It's a loved one calling from jail. They had a little too much fun at the holiday party and got pulled over. Now what? Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies.
Mike Patton, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and LaGrange just launched their biggest Ram event of the year. Right now, treat yourself to 0% interest for 72 months on most models. And to make it even easier to upgrade, Mike Patton will make your first payment on any new or pre-owned vehicle on the lot. Check inventory at MikePattonAuto.com, then get to LaGrange and grab your deal. Up to $16,500 off a Ram 1500 is why we say drive a little, save a lot with Mike Patton. MikePattonAuto.com.
Includes trade assistance. Must finance with dealership. Stock number 825006. Does not combine with interest rate special.
If Cozy Earth has been one of Oprah's favorite things, you can bet your friends and family will love it too. Hi, I'm Tyler, founder of Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth brings you the softest, most comfortable sheets, towels, PJs, joggers, and more. Not only are Cozy Earth products unforgettably comfortable, they're also created in an environmentally friendly and ethical way. Plus, all of our products come with a 10-year warranty. This year, give the gift of Cozy Earth. Once they try it, they'll never go back.
Shop CozyEarth.com today and use code CozyComfort for up to 40% off at checkout.
Georgia politicians, if you want to win your election, the path to victory runs through Xtra 106.3. Xtra listeners are some of the most engaged, active in their communities, and outspoken on their beliefs, especially when it comes time to vote. So now's the time to get involved before our listeners move on to someone else. Tell the candidate you're voting for that if they want to win, the path to victory runs through Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra 106.3 app.
Why, hello there. It's a Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. For a couple more minutes, you get myself, Carlos Medina, and more importantly, Angela Morbido, and hardened Aaron Canada. Toughest, roughest guy around. I don't know if you saw him during the break, but he has bags of sand and he's just doing curls with it.
Yeah, he's working out in there.
That's right. He's just
something
he's
else.
getting ready to throw weight around. Do you have a big plan? Are you doing anything crazy for Thanksgiving, or is it pretty laid back for what you got planned here, Aaron?
I'm honestly probably going to go out trying to DoorDash and earn a little extra cash.
Okay.
People
Nice.
probably aren't doing that as much.
Not so yeah, you're right. Not a bad
So
idea.
if you're out there ordering food, you might see me.
Just hit up if you see an Aaron in there. Just know, tip accordingly. Be nice to him.
I don't want to go back to prison.
That's right. He's got dumbbells in the car too. In fact, he drives on each side of the car so he can let me lift with my left arm here, lift with my right arm on the other side. He just keeps it moving that way. But yeah, so we got a few more minutes left in the show. And again, thank you to everybody. This show has been growing by leaps and bounds. At one point, we were like, wow, okay, we've kind of hit this crazy number, and this is really cool. And we get all this data on a regular basis. And then about 3 months ago, and this is not during a presidential election, the numbers jumped by like 40%. We're like, what happened?
It's amazing.
And what we have found, and this was the other shocking thing, because when I worked in sports talk radio and sports talk strictly, your audience is like 90% men. It really is. Oftentimes like 95% men.
Wow, okay.
And the bummer is that because sports talk is geared towards men 25 to 54, that's all you get credit for. So if you have like some female listeners, some women listeners, they listen all the time, I'm like, I don't get any credit for you. On this side, it's 50-50. We have just as many female listeners as we have male listeners, and we get credit for everyone. So thank you, because the numbers continue to be strong on both sides. All right, with all that being said, now we're going to make a fat joke. Are you okay with that? As I pointed out,
Train has left the station. It's got to happen. Carlos is like,
Angela Morabito had to say. She's like, did I say this? I was like, no.
I'm like, did I send this over? No. We had some fake news over here.
I did it. I did some fake news. So I've said it's very hard to be a football coach when you're fat. Outside of Andy Reid. But Andy Reid was skinny when he was young. It's hard to call for discipline from people when you don't have personal discipline yourself. And you can tell me all about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's an 80-year-old man. And actually, he's in better shape now than he was like 6 years ago. But that doesn't apply to J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. And I want you to hear how Donald Trump decided to describe J.B. Pritzker without calling him any names.
We talk about Pritzker in size, but when I talk about Pritzker, I get angry because he's not letting us do the job. So I'm not going to tell my Pritzker joke. They have a very cute little joke, you know. Some speechwriter wrote some joke about his weight, but I would never want to talk about his weight. I don't talk about people being fat. I refuse to talk about the fact that he's a fat slob. I don't mention it. On a more serious note, as we gather around the dinner table, I'd like to lose a few pounds too, by the way. And I'm not going to lose it on Thanksgiving, I can tell you that. Because I'm going to have a turkey, but it's not going to be that one.
You're never getting this again, everyone. You are never going to have, at least in our lifetimes, a president who wants to stand up there and tell you about policy, and then he's going to take the zingers and he's going to make the jokes. You will never get anything like this again. What do you say about J.B. Pritzker? I'm not making a joke about him. I'm not going to call him fat. I'm not going to call him a slob.
The man is on a generational run. And he has fun with his job. You may think President Trump is like the biggest jerk in the history of jerks. But you can't deny that man has a really stressful job and he has fun with it.
He came out the first time around looking the same. He went back in looking the same. Look what the presidency does to most of these guys that aren't used to it.
It ages them like 15 years in 4.
Like you look at 2001, 2000 George W. Bush, and then look at 08. Same thing. Look at Obama after 8 years. It's like if you don't know how to handle stress, and if there's one thing about the deal maker, the art of the deal, it's like Donald Trump deals with stress. And maybe the joking is a mechanism, but he did not age in the same way that the other predecessors did.
At all. And the left likes to say, oh, well, there's a bruise on his hand. That means he's about to keel over. No, there's a bruise on his hand. It means there's a bruise on his hand.
Well, old people get bruises.
Yeah.
The man's 80 years old. I was like, I've been around my like 70-something-year-old parents. And yes, like more so with my stepdad or my dad. Like, be like, Dad, where'd you get that? I don't know, golf. just where'd you get that? I don't know. I hit it on something.
So
whatever.
I heard a great story about President Trump from a friend a few days ago. He's got White House chefs. They will make him whatever he wants all the time. And pretty often he will request Thanksgiving dinner. The man loves the classics.
That's awesome. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you to Angela. Thank you to Aaron. And again, thank you to everyone out there. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Have a wonderful time with friends and family. We will see you again on Monday, the whole Hee Haw gang. Until then, talk to you then. Take care.
Neil Bortz is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Get a great deal on a new Subaru and give back. It's really that easy. For every new Subaru bought or leased during the Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru of Gwinnett will make a donation to national and local charities that our owners care about. The Subaru Share the Love event has supported more than 2,700 hometown charities, and by the end of our 18th year, Subaru and retailers like Subaru of Gwinnett will have donated more than $350 million to charity. It's the reason why we say Subaru of Gwinnett is more than a car dealer. We always go the extra mile for our community, and during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, you get a great vehicle and support a great cause. With every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities. Additionally, for every Subaru vehicle routine visit during the Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru of Gwinnett will donate $5 to our hometown charity. But it's only happening now through January 2nd, so hurry in to Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey, it's only the Kimmer. How's it going? If you have family coming in, rolling into town for the holidays, you know they're going to judge your house like it's a Christmas movie set. Well, the first thing they'll notice, how about those cloudy, drafty old windows you've been putting off replacing? Well, I got some good news. My buddy Jeff at Peach State Windows, I've known and worked with for over 25 years, giving you a real holiday miracle. Right now, you get 8 premium Energy Star double-hung replacement windows installed for just $39.95. 8 windows installed for under $4,000. An unbelievable deal, especially compared to what those big national guys are charging. And these are top-tier, high-energy efficient windows that make your home look sharp, feel warm, save you money. Jeff's family-owned team's been serving Georgia more than 50 years, and they know our homes and our weather. PeachStateWindows.com. Here's that number, 770-485-8011. Because it's the holidays, Jeff's offering 0% financing for 12 months, 8 premium windows installed for under $4,000, 0 interest. Get your home holiday ready. Peach State Windows.
Streaming across Georgia on the Xtra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Xtra 106.3.
Just 40 flights canceled so far in the day before Thanksgiving travel rush. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. There are more than 900 delays across the country, far less than the issues during the government shutdown.